recovery. Go at throttle up.
Hello. How is everybody? Everybody doing well? Yes, no, maybe? It's Monday. It is Monday. Oh. I had a weekend. I had a weekend. Weekend. This is a weekend. It certainly was a weekend. The Starbase background noise confused you? What, you don't like the sound of concrete pouring? Come on, man. Ugh. You don't like the sound of volume? Wait, volume is low. Oh, I know what's going on. Give me 1 second. Just chill. Just relax. The last thing that I did on Saturday was Flame Trench. Hey, turn your volumes down now. Turn it down. I'll wait. Okay, is that better? That better? Turned it up. I don't know why you'd want to do that. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but all right. Not better. Still a little bit quiet. We can always boost this way. We can boost that way. We can boost on the board, which is doable. Boosting on the board. Better, worse, better. All right, cool. How's everybody doing? Sorry for not being here for the Crew 10 docking. Crew 10 did dock. Everything was good. But I had something come up. Real life decided to be like, yeah, you should, I see your plans for streaming that, but also no. And I'm like, but thanks. I don't know nothing about computers. Mom got one. She put a couple games on it. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Had another pipe burst? No. No. Pipe burst? We never had a pipe burst. Hanging in there? You good? I'm alright. I'm fine. I just, I was getting ready to hit that live button and I got a phone call and I had to do some other things. In the computer. Stop all the downloading. Hey, they SpaceX started pour. They started the pour for Pad B. See the concrete? Concrete. There's the pumper. That's the pumper truck, dude. They started the pour. Man, is this thing gonna be cool. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that the OLM is probably going like right here. Like right in this area right here. In which case, this thing's gonna look sick. It was awesome. I actually saw the docking through my binoculars when the ISS flew over Montana. I saw a tiny dot next to the big dot when they were a few hundred feet apart. I was stoked. That's awesome, dude. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. All right, anyway. There's 2 pump trucks. They're probably going to go through a few trucks worth. Yeah, it looks like the other one is behind So it looks like they're pouring on two sides at the same time. I'll tell you what I do, man. Hire two pumper trucks at the same time, man. Yep, damn straight. Always wanted to do that. I think Flight 1 left some scars. Oh, yeah. Dude, where... This guy really likes to show people, you know, stuff. Dude, that lattice work in there is hefty. That is hefty lattice work. Like, look, damn, dude. They're using super thick rebar. I mean, if you can tell the gauge of the rebar by looking at the tie next to it. So, this is a reinforced concrete structure. So they figured out, basically like in the 30s into the 40s, that if you put iron or steel inside of the concrete, it improves the strength of the concrete. Basically, you make a lattice for the concrete to kind of adhere to, and it makes the concrete really strong. That's called reinforced concrete. With that being said, depending on how diesel, so to speak, to use diesel as a verb there. Do you diesel, bro? Like how hefty you want it to be is you judge the gauge, the thickness of that rebar. That rebar is probably an inch thick. It's probably 25 mil. 25 mil rebar. That's beefy. That's beefy. That is a beefy rebar lattice. Look at how close the rebar is to each other. Yeah, there's a lot of it. So not only the thickness of the bars, but how deep it goes. Look at that trench, that rebar trench goes deep. We're probably gonna have like, I'm guessing about 6 feet of concrete there. 6 feet of reinforced concrete. That's some diesel freaking lattice work, man. How deep is the trench? I don't know, 2 to 3 stories. Yeah, guy probably shouldn't have been filming this, but all right. Yeah, see, look at, so another super interesting thing. Look, they're double barring, right? You're double barring on the axis that the flames are gonna go. So you're gonna get a lot of pressure going this way. See how it's double barred? There's 2 bars next to each other. That's gonna make it stronger in the direction that your pressure and your flames are going. The flames are gonna go this way, right? And see how it's single bar across? That's really strong. Dude, like, a bunker buster wouldn't be able to go through this thing when it's done. That is really, really strong. And if I'm looking at this right, that's just the first layer. They have lattice bars sticking up. 1, 2, 3. There's a bunch of rebar sticking up. They're probably gonna do another layer on top of it, if I had to guess. That's lattice maxing. And how often will they have to patch it up? How many launches will that be? Well, Drummer, the thing is that they're putting flame buckets in there, so theoretically never, if they get the water right. Like I said, they're using flame buckets. Flame buckets are a nice way of saying reusable flame trench. Flame buckets is basically when you have such a heavy pad deluge system that you can fire a rocket engine into a flame diverter, right? And it'll indefinitely go as long as you have enough water. We see this on like the A2 test stand when they're doing shuttle engine tests and stuff, or like the B2 test stand when they green run the SLS core. That's what we saw, right? Like you saw that. You saw it basically looks like a monsoon coming out of the bucket. That's what this is gonna look like. It's some crazy shots, dude. How would this compare to LC-39's trenches? I will say it once, I'll say it again. It's about the same width. It's about the same width and about the same depth. The 39A and B are a little bit deeper. I've seen them. I've stood right there at the edge of 39B's trench and looked in, and then like walked around in it and stuff. It's big, but it is about the same width, guys. Now, I always said that that's not a coincidence, But the way SpaceX's plans are transpiring, I highly doubt that that's it's more convergent design than anything. Like, this is how big of a trench you need for a rocket this big, etc., etc. Just happens to be the same size as 39A. 39A was designed for a much bigger rocket. It was designed for Nova. Like, keep in mind that that's speculation on my part, but I'm pretty damn sure. Are flame buckets what they used on the Saturn V F1 test stand? Yes. Yeah, the 4670 test stand where they first fired the thrust section of a Saturn V. So, Marshall 4670 test stand. So, see that? That is a flame bucket. It's, like I said, it's different than a flame trench. Trench is just it's like a passive deflector. It's just gonna move the deflector. Get out of here. Get out of here. Wish we had another picture. This will work. Look. See that? That's a flame bucket. Now, what's the difference? Like I said, a deflector is a passive cooling system. It's just going to deflect the flames. That is a flame bucket. See all the plumbing below it? A flame bucket has a pad deluge system built into the deflector. That's the difference. Okay? Flame buckets we usually see on test stands. But my guess is that SpaceX has to use a flame bucket because, you know, that whole 33 Raptor thing going on there. That probably, you know, probably has something to do with it. Anyway, let's get back to Yakograd. Let's get some work done. Let's go. Hey, my friend works at Marshall. Here you go, zombies. It's like trick-or-treating, but fire instead of candy. Yes, precisely. So, Dan, that was that 4670 test stand that I just showed you at Marshall, right? That's at Marshall Space Flight Center, so it's in Huntsville. That one was the first. That was the first place they put a Saturn V. Well, okay. That was the first place they put a Saturn V engine section. And then the first place they test fired the SA-500F core. The SA-500F core is still around. It's the one at Kennedy Space Center at their Saturn V display. That's actually the test mule Saturn V, or at least the first stage is. For the people that care. How the Apollo engineers... Sorry, I was working on the trucks last night. I always put my wedding ring away. Forgot I had it. Anyway, yeah. So how the Apollo engineers did it is they weren't sure they could get 5 F1s working. So they fired 5 F1s by themselves, and then they put the core together. They made the first Saturn V at Marshall, right? And then once they confirmed that it was good to go, they started making them at Michoud because Michoud wasn't ready. So they made the first Saturn V first stage was made at Marshall Space Flight Center. I actually have pictures if you want to see it. This is all from NASA's archive here, but yeah. There we go. So see, they made it, they actually made all the tankage and everything at Marshall. And there's the 4670 test stand testing SA-500F. That's that same test stand that I just showed you. That's how they made them, S4B manufacturing. I'm wondering if I have any more pictures. Huh. That's a nice picture. This is Michoud once they got the Apollo program running. It's so badass, dude. Okay. I don't think I have any more pictures of the SA-500F manufacturer at Marshall, but these pictures are amazing. This was shot on 70mm. I think. The picture is insanely high res. See the jigs? That's the jig for the nacelle. Oh, that's so damn cool. What was that big space plane you had there? That was a design... That was the reusable S1C design. Apollo engineers talked about making a flyback S1C with a pilot, like people piloting the first stage, and then they fly it back down and land it, so you could reuse the dang thing. And it would have required a weird interstage. That was that drawing that I had. See? That was me trying to explain it to somebody. I just saved the drawing for whatever reason. Yeah, so, you know, the Saturn V, right, pulled the interstage with the second stage and then jettisoned it. So that would have worked really, really well with some type of shuttle. I'd be worried about TPS hitting here, but whatever. That was Von Braun. There's a picture of them building the VAB. Super freaking cool, dude. Anyway, we got work to do. Speaking of factories and building. Where do we leave off? Do you wish you could shoot Starship on 70mm? 4K is good enough. You say drawing like a real Bostonian. Sorry. Drawing. Damn it, you're right. Drawing. Yeah, I do, don't I? I don't know how to feel about this. Whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. You were designing... Yeah, this is the belt, so we could belt across. Let me just kind of refresh my memory, and yours by proxy, about what I wanted to do here. I left myself cryptic notes. There must be some kind of ancient hieroglyphs from past EJ. Eichhoken. Q, what is that? Was ist das? Yeah, I can make a lot of noises with my mouth. Drawing. Damn it. That's German for squirrel. Squirrel! Okay, so we needed a way to be able to belt stuff back and forth, because I'm pretty sure what we wanted to do was we wanted to use that aggregate loading for gravel and for coal. Okay? And we also needed a cement aggregate loading facility as well. Yeah, that's it. Now, where those factories ended up, I don't know, but I wanted this for aggregate loading. We already have our coal all figured out here, which is pretty sweet. The whole coal array is ready to go. And we're gonna need some of that belt to be for aggregate unloading. Like, I need a belt that goes this way, but I want to design all this first. We also determined that, yeah, we can belt across 8 tracks as long as we leave a 2-track space in the center. That was the whole idea there. I wanted to make the siding for the spur line go here, so the Y that would inevitably end up over here, we have a home for it, and that also gets me a spur going this way, so I can do what I want with it. I can do what I want. Picked this game up yesterday in a sale, working my way through the gauntlet of tutorials. It's one of the most challenging and hardest city builders you'll play, Thump, but when you get something working on it, it's like... the dopamine hit is like Kerbal first lunar landing. Good, man. All right. Let's roll. Now, we got to work on our train thresholds as well. You remember your first moon landing in KSP? I didn't stream it, Drummer, but the first thing I landed on the moon was a shuttle. Made sense at the time. One of those, what would become one of those A4 shuttles. If you remember those back in the day. The A4 shuttle was the first thing that I landed on the moon in KSP. All right, so I need to measure a threshold here this way, about 1,500 feet. That's gonna need to go in a different direction. I did that 2 streams ago, Aqua. Okay. And then from there, I had an 820 foot threshold. So, okay. From here, we need to line up with this track. So we need to go 2 tracks over. And then from here, there. So that's the alignment track right here. And now this track needs to be a threshold here. Now, what are all these measurements that I'm taking? 1,500, 800. I'm making thresholds because I'm taking into account with this design, which is I'm trying to future-proof my design. This takes into account the maximum length of a train. Trains in workers can only be about 1,500 feet or about 500 meters, give or take. And pick your measuring system. So, what I'm doing is, if you notice, everything is like super spread out. Everything's super spread out. There's a lot of straight track. There's a lot of thresholds. There's a lot of spacing in all of my designs. That's to take into account length of trains, because you don't want a train that's trying to get onto a siding back up onto your main line. That's no good. We do not want that. Is that the right track type? Yes. Yeah, exactly, Rob. I mean, I'm just designing around maximum, dude. It doesn't cost that much more to make this thing 1,500 feet long. It's only going to cost you a little more steel and a little more prefabs. So you might as well, right? All right, so let's dump this piece. Right, we need to make this about 820 feet long. That's what I used before. I forget why I used that number. There was a good reason for it, though. Okay, so dump that, dump that. All right, so now here is where my switching block is going to be, this piece. This piece needs to be, if we're going in spec, 673 feet. So get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that. I'm just going to make a big old straight piece of track right here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There we go. And now, from here, we're going to need... Hey, Bob. Ah, cotton sheet. 17 months. Merry Summerversary, Mr. EJ. Hope you yours. Oh, well. Cool. Blimey, Governor. Hi, mate. What's up, man? Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to end up filling this in. Alright, so... that's the length of the switching block. And then... on Dan. Okay, we know this works. I know I can belt across tracks like this. You sure you're not Dutch? You seem to be the enemy of shallow pools of water. I mean, not Dutch, but like ethnically speaking, my ancestors are from northern Italy. Quite possibly from the Venice area. Like, it's not that far-fetched. So, also, brick water. We don't need that. It's working for moments, working out well. Just need to clock the time better to catch you at the start. I just started, dude. You're good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Why would you do this, Mitch? Why would you do this? You're gonna break spaghetti in front of me? You're gonna go for the jugular like that? Fine, Midge. Anime is mid. How about that? Now what are you gonna do? Whammy. Yeah, manga is better. You're not supposed to agree with me. Damn. Stop agreeing with me. All right, just have this here for a guide track. This as well. All right, so let's place down an aggregate storage. Train aggregate loading. That's the one we want. What's the length of this? Right? What's the length of one of these bad boys? $400 feet. So we're gonna need an 1,100 foot threshold to be absolutely sure. So that means the run-up track needs to be... oh dear. This whole aggregate loading area is going to be a little bit bigger than I previously thought. Ugh. So the good news is that the aggregate loading area is going to be on the part where the tracks are 4 long, so it'll be easier to belt it across. The bad part about this is that, yep, okay. It's going to be a little bit crazy to get this right. It's going to be an extremely long depot. So I'm going to cut the last bit of that 1,100 foot threshold right there. We're going to get our aggregate storage facility, right? Have it bridge that last of the 1,100 foot. It's a little teensy-weensy bit off-centered, but that's okay. it's fine. Now we could take that, connect those. All right, cool. Now that's all buttoned up. All right, now over here, we got to go from here to there. All right, now get rid of our guide track. So the way we have this logic set up here is a two-way chain block, right? So trains will be able to pick the track that they need, right? There's a little bit of a little threshold right here where they'll be able to pick. They, you know, we have the otherwise two-track two-way going into a single way here, and this makes it so the trains, this basically makes it so you don't need a loop. We'll do the signaling logic so all these tracks right here, you can go two ways on. Either way, they're omnidirectional, as opposed to my main line, which has a left-right throughput. So left is for, in reference to the camera right here, this is inbound, that's outbound. And that's my main line right there. No, this is my main line right here. These serve as frontage. Once again, these tracks are there so trains don't back up onto my main line. I want to make it so these center tracks here, the main line is always open. A train will never back up onto that line, ever. That's why, like, my whole train infrastructure is super stretched out. Now put this in derail. Well, they do this in derail. That's why the yards are so spread out, and why you have like 20 tracks, and you have like thresholds for your trains that you're delivering. Yeah, Ava Labs, this game's amazing. I love Workers. Workers is fantastic. Now the thing is, once again, this yard is going to move. We're gonna have to. Which, yeah. Now, this doesn't include cement aggregate or dry bulk. Good thing about railroad dry bulk is that you can load or unload. Or no, you can't. Yeah, you can load or unload, which is good. I'm not sure where this thing's home is going to be yet. I might put it a little bit further down the line. I might end up putting it over here and then making another split track. Yeah, that's probably how we'll end up doing that. I'll probably put it right here and then have the siding go a little bit longer. That's why. I see what you did there. If we build a bridge here, that bridge is going to need to be like 30 or 40 tracks. Not 30 or 40, it's 8, but whatever. I'm worried because I think that my siding, this piece, is going to end up like right here. If we measure, once again, we'll go back, do the same thing. Measure 1100. Or no, measure 1500 from here. That's 1500 on the dot. So yeah, my switching block is going to basically be right there. We could fill this in, and then we could make everything bridge, which would be actually would look kind of cool. And then this gives us the threshold area right here. That gives us the area to belt across because we have 4-track and 4-track. So over here, you have your cargo depot frontage line right there. Or no, main line, excuse me. This is main line right there. Cargo depot frontage line. Aggregate area frontage line, right? These 2 tracks are just used for spacing. And then we have our 4 load lines for gravel and coal aggregate loading. The good part about this, guys, is that once we design this and get a good feel for it, it'll be easier to implement coal depots on anywhere else on the map. Like, really easy. Cargo stop? Cargo? No. Car stop. No. Wrecked him. Damn near killed him. But yeah, once again, this is all stretched out like this to make sure that no train will ever back up onto the main line. Real freight yards are made like this. That's why freight yards in real life are so ridiculously long. Like, we're talking airport runway length because freight trains are long. You go out into the center parts of the United States, the freight yards out there go on for miles. I'm going to use North Platte for the train buffs. North Platte, you know exactly what I'm talking about. North Platte, the freight yard in North Platte can be seen from space. It's literally longer than the town that it's in. So you got the trains, right? They're over here, right? They turn and they cross the river, right? Similar to what we're trying to do, right? And then they get into the town over here, right? And I know what people are saying. EJ, that's not that big of a freight yard. Keep going down the line. It gets bigger. Oh, look. Aggregate. Maybe that's not aggregate. That could be grains. All right, keep going. It gets bigger. 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 And there's a train moving on the line. Bigger. Bigger. More. More. And the threshold for the yard doesn't stop until you're like way over here. Like, note how out here there's 4 tracks, right? This is to take into account freight train length. You don't, so yeah, like people are looking at why do you need 4 lines across going into on the approach for the yard? Because freight trains out in Nebraska like that are really, really long. Yeah, real long. They go on forever. 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 Is that a long enough train for you? The North Platte rail yard with approach thresholds is like 6 times longer than the actual town that it's supposed to be in. More like freaking rail yard with a North Platte inside of it rather than a North Platte with a rail yard in it. North Platte is one of the biggest yards in the United States, guys. That's Union Pacific's biggest yard. Now, why? Why is North Platte so ridiculously big? North Platte is, well, look at it. It's kind of in the center of the United States. See what I'm saying? That's why. That thing is handling freight that's going across the whole country. I mean, that's one of the places, too. There's Cheyenne, Wyoming, which is down that line. There's another big yard at Cheyenne because the approach for the mountains. Next road trip, you got a detour through this place. The Union Pacific's general maintenance facilities are here. Their maintenance facilities for their heritage fleet is here, which is pretty cool. Their maintenance facilities for diesel locomotives everywhere. This is where the heritage stuff is. This is where they restored 4014, the big boy. If you look, they have all the cool old locomotives here, like that G-Tel sitting right there. I want it. They have all the old UP passenger cars, vintage passenger cars. They have vintage locos in here. 3985 was here until UP sold it. Looks like they got some SD40s just chilling right there. But yeah, this is what you need to engineer true train architecture. Like, your freight yards and stuff are basically measured off of how long of a train are you going to pull. Now, fortunately, train size is capped in workers and resources at 1,500 feet, which I'll add is an insanely long train. for this game. That's a really long train. But still cool. I've seen that in Thomas. Please tell me that's a museum. It's not a museum, Drummer. It's a working roundhouse. That is a working roundhouse. That's where they store all their heritage fleet. They restore steam locomotives in the roundhouse. The really, really cool part about it is that if you look at the concrete right here, that roundhouse once, at one point in time, went 3/4 of the way around. See all the concrete slabs for locomotive maintenance? You could even see a threshold over here. It looks like it went all the way around at one point. I mean, can you tour it? I don't think so. Crazy, right? I mean, even Cheyenne's pretty big. That's a pretty big freight yard. But North Platte is the biggest by a long shot. And there are some big freight yards in the U.S. I'm not saying there aren't big freight yards anywhere else. I'm sure somewhere around Russia, there's a railroad yard that's this big as like a centralized distribution hub. If I had to guess, it's probably in Omsk. If I had to guess. Omsk is like kind of halfway across Russia, so to speak, right? Let's see. Any big train yards here? Oh, look. A freaking gigantic one. Now, I know what people are saying. EJ, there's no way you didn't know this. There's no way that you know, oh, if you had to guess. Well, it is a guess, to be honest with you. And the reason why it's a guess is because I know that Omsk is centrally located because at one point I was reading about logistics of the Russian space program. And they build factories. They built a factory in Omsk for rocket production. To build rockets because they have to service launch centers in the eastern parts of Russia, Baikonur and Vostochny. So I knew Omsk was centrally located because of this. And yes, it in fact does have a gigantic freaking freight yard in it. That's weird. As a man with associates in applied sciences and railroad sciences, I can conclude that it in fact was a turntable and a train yard. Oh, okay, cool. Excellent. They put Omsk on the roof of this, just in case you were wondering where you are. I wonder where that Angara factory is. Should be around here somewhere. Whatever. Don't have time for that. And nobody got time for that. But even the yard. Look at how long the damn yard is. The yard is kilometers long. It's huge. That's on purpose. I'm building like that. Because that's good train engineering, man. Got to build like this. You got to build around your theoretical maximum railroad consist. Oftentimes in real life, that's basically centered around how long of a train your locomotives could pull. So your locomotive design. Yep. And also where the trains are going to. That has a lot to do with it, but... The rocket factory would be near the railroad. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably it. Right there. It's probably these buildings. Dude, even look at the yard going into the city. I'm also wondering why the train tracks go around the loop like that, but whatever. Oh, look. See? Look at it. There's a freaking freight yard built all into the city. That could be it, too. See what I'm talking about? Freaking trains go everywhere. Anything cool out here? Yeah. Aisle 78s. Pretty garden variety. My hometown has the Norfolk Southern yard. In the old days, we had huge roundhouse to manage the nickel plate railroad steam engines. In Denny, I'm not gonna be able to say that right. Conute, Ohio. Drawing. So we're back in the U.S. I know I'm not saying that right. Or is it Connet? There's some railroad stuff going on over here. What's this? Doing something with aggregates here. Coal, maybe. No, I don't know. That's too bright to be coal. That could be something else. Ore docks, Pittsburgh and Conute Dock Company. It's iron ore. Yep. Cool. Neato. Wait a minute. Where are we in the... We're on Erie, right? We're on Lake Erie? Dude, I've driven past this many times on my way to Detroit. Okay, Ashtabula. Okay. Alright. I get it. I know where we are. Sweet. I've driven on this road many times. At least I think that's 8090, right? Yep, driven right there. Driven right through here. I'm gonna have to stop and look at this next time, Denny. This stuff makes me happy. This is cool, dude. That's super neat. Oh, look. Aggregate unloading. So the trains unload. See? That's a drop chute. The hopper cars unload from the bottom and they drop iron ore into this thing, and they drop the iron ore onto a conveyor belt, and the conveyor belt loads it into storage. And then a boat comes and gets it. A Great Lakes freighter comes in here, and then they have a swing arm. See? That whole thing articulates. It's a swing arm. It moves out over the boat, and it's a conveyor belt that dumps it into what's called a bulk carrier. Pretty straightforward stuff, dude. I love it that we can trace the line and stuff. That's super neat. When was the drop chute invented? I have no idea. That's cool, Denny. Right on. They used to tip the cars and shake them. Yeah. Denny, one time... Oh, dudes, look. Check this out. Look at the line. It goes up there, it stops, and then it comes back down, and there's some track brakes. It's one of those things. So, this isn't a drop chute. I retract my previous statement. Denny, you are correct, obviously, because you live there. That's a car tipper. So, the train... backs up. There's a huge hill right here. You can see the shadow. See the shadow of the hill? Right? The train backs up, and it uncouples a car right here. A car gets loaded into this thing, and this whole thing rotates, tips the car over, rotates back, and then a pusher mechanism pushes it down here, right? It rolls down the other side of the hill, and then the track switches, and then this is a super steep hill right here. Like roller coaster steep. It goes up there, and then it goes back down. And when it comes back this way, it trips that switch manually. And then the car goes down here, goes through the brakes, and gets dumped into this line yard right here. Yeah. That's old, dude. That's cool, man. Like you see these cars get tipped over, and then they get shot out the other side one at a time. They roll back, and they come back into the yard. That's super cool, man. Yeah, see the brakes? I was wrong. This is not a drop chute. That's a tipper. They tip onto the conveyor belt. It's actually really cool seeing this thing work. I do drawer rings all day long. Quiet. What is this yard? I'm sure I can find a video of it in action. It's a coal tipping yard. Aggregate, coal or iron ore aggregate offloading. I've showed it on stream before, dude. Yeah. Wife's from Wheeling, West Virginia. Pretty cool train infrastructure there west of Pittsburgh. Yeah. Cool, man. PNC Docking Company in Conneaut, Ohio. I still don't know if I'm saying that right, Denny. It does 3 at a time? That's cool. Conneaut. There you go. Conneaut. Okay. So it's like Connecticut, only different. It means river of many fish.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Cool. Hey, Gary. 81-month resub. What did I miss? Nothing. Hey, Raiden. Hope you had a good weekend, dude. I am working on the aggregate loading area. The last stream we did where I was like, I didn't make the progress that I wanted to make. Yeah. That was a big planning stream. Sometimes, guys, when I do these big projects, I have streams where you have to just sit here and kind of think about what we're doing. Native American land. Yeah, I'm from New England, dude, I know. Yeah, I got you, buddy. Like, we gotta basically have, quote unquote, like a meeting stream where we sit here and brainstorm out what we want. You know what? I think I know of a better way to do this. Nope, guess not. Oh, hang on, I got a message. Surely a slightly longer threshold to allow for a bridge isn't that bad. No. Is this all for the coal complex? Anything on the left side of the spacing here, Raiden, is. Yeah. Well, actually, we also decided that this is going to be a centralized aggregate facility. Meaning it's going to be for coal and for granite. I'm going to find a place for granite stuff to go, and kind of at this point I'm kind of hoping and praying it's not as big as the coal complex. You know what I mean? Gravel, not granite, sorry. You know what I meant. And what did you look at on the maps? Cities with a large number of railways in production? There are also larger cities in Chelyabinsk and Yekaterinburg. There's a lot of metallurgy and military production. Almost everything is exported and brought in by railways. Yeah, Russia's backbone is the railway system. They don't have any highways. You can't build highways through some of the terrain. Like, yeah. No, Vitor, that was just a guess. Omsk was just a guess. That was a guess, but it seemed logical. Chelyabinsk, if there's a bigger freight yard in Russia, you let me know. I'll gladly go look at it. I just like trains, man. Trains are cool. Good afternoon. I'm currently building storage skyscrapers in Timberborn. How is your day going? I am currently building railroad skyscrapers on their sides. I'm good, Death. How the heck will you finance all this? Well, here's the thing. This is the master plan, German. How am I going to finance it? I ain't financing it with 1.3 million rubles or $700,000, that's for sure. What I'm doing is, and keep in mind, this is, I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know. I couldn't tell you if it's going to work or not. What I'm doing, it seems logical based off of what I've seen from playing other Workers' Republics. It's better to plan. I mean, heck, there's planned cities all over the former Soviet Union. They planned out an entire city before they even built it. Pripyat is famously one of those things, right? And Slavyuch as well, for not for as good a reason as Pripyat, but whatever. So that tells me, and this also, feeds into the gameplay that I was just talking about, like from past Republics. You plan everything. Plan everything first. So I know what you're gonna say. Well, okay, what does that have to do with financing stuff? You're still not gonna. How are you gonna finance all this? Well, okay. In my design, I'm building in scalability. How am I gonna finance all this? I'm not gonna finance building like 20 tracks wide. But I can finance building 1 track wide. And then when we get the money, build another track. And then when we need to, build a 3rd track. See what I'm saying? Everything here is designed with scalability in mind. So I'm building out the master plan to leave the space for expandability. The entire plan is built off of theoretical maximums of stuff. So like my railway yards are built off theoretical maximum trains. Maximum train length in this game is about 500 meters, right? So all of my thresholds for all the tracks, 500 meters. It's not that much extra in the early game to build a 500 meter threshold for your tracks. But that will pay dividends later. It will pay dividends later if I get to that point where we can scale, right? It'll absolutely pay dividends. Meaning, if I need to expand my train infrastructure, just build another track. It's already planned. Just hit the go button. Oh, I need another track. Okay, build it. Understand? I built scalability into the entire design. With viewers' help, I will say. For the rail line, that's okay, but bigger buildings cost way more resources from the start. Okay? What bigger buildings are you seeing on here that are gonna break the bank? I have the master plan. What's up, Kelly? My building is currently 22 industrial storages, 4 wide. Nice. Why is it so painfully low to sculpt land? Peter, it takes time because I only have 1 bulldozer in proximity. The more bulldozers you have in proximity to the terrain that you're moving, the faster it goes. So, to save on costs, right? I only bought 2 bulldozers. One of them is for moving terrain on the other side of the city, and this one is for moving terrain right here. And if you see, we're actually getting to the limits here. If I try to level, you hear the bonk noise, the bump, bump, bump noise. See how it's not doing anything? There's the outer SOI, sphere of influence, for moving stuff. Wherever the bulldozer is stationed, it has a maximum distance, and that's our maximum distance right there. So, German, for bigger buildings. Okay, what bigger buildings are we talking about here? I don't have big buildings in this design. Everything is made out of smaller stuff. So, like, I'm not using the biggest aggregate storage that we can build. I mean, obviously, the coal processing plant, there's really no way around that. You gotta build it. It's big, and it takes some time. But if you look, I'm not using the biggest aggregate storages. What I am doing is I have splitters in line over here and mergers in line over here. What I can do is scale my aggregate storage if we need to. We can... It's not letting me right now because it's being stubborn, but we could build one there and one there and one there. We could keep going all the way out to expand our stockpiles. Also, I have 3 coal processing facilities. I ain't building all this right away. I know that. If I tried to build all this right now, we would never get towards viability. We'd never get profitable, ever. We would have to take on debt, and I'm trying not to do that. The loading and unloading for rail. You're telling me a 300-ton concrete building is going to break our bank here? I don't think that's going to break the bank, dude. We found in the long run that it's better to just build it than try to build smaller aggregate storages and then build that design. However, I could build a smaller aggregate storage loading facility over here if I really wanted to. Just tee into that, and then when that's no longer useful, just build this. What was your solution for belts crossing the rail lines? 4 and 4 with 2-track spacing in the center, drummer, allows you to build belts across. The whole design is designed for scalability. And once again, in the case of aggregate storage, we figured out that building that in the long run is going to be better. The one downside of this is that, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a bottleneck in my scalability plans, right? But it's a trade-off. Because the other... Okay, long story short, we look at the specs of the other aggregate storages. They suck. They don't load very fast. No, not that one. That's the smallest one. Dude, that thing sucks. 106-foot station loading. Meaning if you have a train that's longer than 100 feet, or about 30 meters, right? Actually, that's 33 meters almost on the dot. You have a train longer than 33 meters, it won't load cars in parallel. It'll load cars in single. And you'll get a loading-unloading bottleneck. It's terrible. I mean, we could build it. I could build that into the design if that's what you're saying, but I'm not gonna... I could put it on a temp line over here somewhere to take into account like smaller trains, right? That might not be the worst idea. But yeah, this is my master design. I'm trying to figure scalability into it as well. I'm trying to figure scalability into my master design, and sometimes you have to do, there's trade-offs, you know? Hey, Rico Baco, 4-month resub, thank you. Debt is the American way. Not debt, credit, Fluffy, but, you know, whatever. Okay, pretty flat. So let's keep building out. That's the main line. And once again, I don't know if the scalable design is going to work. It might not. Maybe it'll fail. Maybe I go too fast. It's possible. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I might. In fact, that probably is going to happen. But at least, at the very least, you see kind of what endgame facilities look like. At the very least, I teach people how to, you know, how to build stuff. That one wasn't the right length. Just a question, does it make any sense to buy recycled metal to turn it into mechanical components and sell it? Yes. If you're teched for the right facilities, sure, man. Absolutely. Well, you click go and then micromanage the buildings. Is that the plan? That's exactly it, Peter. You gotta, unless you tell your construction facilities to automatically start building things, and I'm not going to. I'm going to manually tell my construction people, the construction facilities, what to build. And then the construction facilities themselves you have to manually build. We'll build it in small segments. That's the scalability that I'm talking about. Look, man, we're 10 lines wide right here. Am I building 10 lines right out of the gate? Hell no. Maybe one. Maybe one. Attached to the aggregate facility. Just one. Use one and then set your signaling, right? Set the signaling for one station. And then, you know, okay, when we're at a level where we can expand, build the second line. Tell your construction depots to build the second line, then the third line, and then the fourth line. There's building construction depots and road construction depots, right? Which is these buildings right here. These build roads and buildings and infrastructure. And then there's railroad construction depots, which are just building, these things just build tracks, railroad tracks and railroad bridges. That's it. And even the railroad construction office, I have 2 of them. I'm not going to build 2 of them right away. I'll build 2 of them when I have the money to build 10 tracks wide and we need a bunch of construction equipment. Even my depots. The depots right here are your freight yards, so to speak. Your proverbial freight yards. Yeah, those, we're only going to build one, but then when this thing fills up with locomotives and stuff, we'll build another. The other thing I was thinking about, dudes, and somebody told me this, is that you could build a freight yard. You could build a freight yard, right? And then put waypoints at the freight yard, like on the sidings. Tell your trains to go to the sidings and then just leave them there. I actually think that's a really, really cool idea. It's an idea that I actually want to do. Now, why? Why do I want to do that? Well, okay. You could store as many trains as you want on your tracks. The depots have a theoretical maximum amount of trains that you can store in them because it's one building, right? So, what would be a really cool idea is to take switcher locomotives, which are not expensive, right? And keep in mind, this has nothing to do with the scalability and whatever that I was talking about. Call it kind of an exploit for this, if you really want to call it something. We could have my switcher locomotives, just put all the railroad cars on a gigantic siding right there and store them that way. And then when we need the cars, right, you send the switcher locomotive with the train to the depot, hook it up to a mainline engine, and go from there. You could, if you store them on yard tracks, you're basically good. Like, you could make as big of a freight yard as you want, and you're not constrained by depot size. Once again, that's more mid to late game stuff when you're managing a lot of trains, but it's totally doable. You can disable the auto building radius, Sig, and that's what I intend on doing. It's very micro. I've not seen anybody do it before. Well, I'm not even sure if it'll work. It's just a theory. And in order to test the theory, you got to build a lot, right? Like, I don't even know if it's going to work, dude. We'll see. Do not disable building maintenance. Andrew, the other thing I was thinking about is having buildings that are dedicated to building maintenance, like a DPW. Like a Department of Public Works. I don't know what it's called overseas. We call them DPWs. At least in my state, that's what we call them. DPWs are like for road maintenance and public infrastructure maintenance, etc., etc. Have you planned out train distro into this design? Yes, Metric. Yeah. The train distro is down. Train distro is going to be right here. It's going to be right here, and there's going to be a Y going off of it. And I left room for 2 of them, just in case. And I left that threshold there for a Y right on the cargo line here. We call it currently not funded. Yeah, that's it. Itchy. Shh. Buy it. Gonna need to make this pass through a little bit different. I don't think you can have switches over a bridge, guys, so let me get rid of these tracks on this side. I gotta move the creek over here. That's really where I screwed up with Bakalakadakistan thing. Yeah, I had a city basically crumble. And don't get me wrong, it didn't bankrupt my republic. We could have fixed it. I just decided I didn't want to. I'm too used to seeing city skylines laid super fast, super cheap. Well, that's why I like this, Peter, because you can use it to teach. That's what I enjoy. I can use it to teach people about railroad infrastructure. I can use this to teach, you know, about highway infrastructure, how buildings are maintained, like how electricity works. Workers is a pretty good tool to explain civil engineering because you need to understand it. You at least have a fundamental understanding of it to you have to have a fundamental understanding of it to not lose your train of thought to play this game. And I think having a fundamental understanding of like how a power grid works, for instance, where you get your electricity from, is something that everybody should know. Right? Everybody should know how a power grid works. Right? Everybody should know like why we use three-phase AC. Everybody should know why the road is as wide as it is. Why highways go in the directions that they go. Why railroad tracks are 4 foot 8.5 inches. There's a very good reason for all this. Spoiler alert, it's usually either has to do with something with Rome or because somebody died. Yep, it's one or the other. Or sometimes both. Why does Rice play Texas? I think this is important, and I like using video games to teach people this stuff. I think it's a very potent tool. Hasn't failed me yet, dude. So, likewise, once again, because I like playing difficult games, you know, I like doing this way because Workers, believe it or not, is a very, very good tool to teach. You know, where do you get your water from? You know, you turn on your faucet in your house or apartment or flat or whatever. Water, it just, oh, there you go. There's water. That's built off of millennia of freaking knowledge of how water moves around. How that gets to your faucet, you know? You flip on your computer, you flip on the television, right? It just turns on. How do we figure that one out? I love this stuff, man. I think everybody should know. You know, you turn the key in the car. Car goes forward. How does it do that? I think that's important to understand. And like, okay, there's like one more thing, you know, apart from like being like, well, I think everybody should know this. Me. Apart from that, it's really, really, really freaking cool. Yeah, there's that. It's really cool. Yeah, this is really neat. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that, bro. Like figuring out how stuff works. It makes me happy. And then teaching people how stuff works. That makes me even happier. It's really cool seeing somebody connect the dots in their mind. It's a very rewarding thing. And I like doing it. But I'm not going to stop. It sounds like you're explaining brake pads. What my associate here is trying to say is our new brake pads are really cool. Okay, so that's main line. And then we have gravel aggregate frontage here. I find it's better to level the terrain, plan the tracks on both sides, and then build the bridge. Don't build the track, bridge, and then that. Build the train tracks first, and then build the bridge. The reason why is because sometimes if you don't get if this level isn't exactly equal to this level over here, it'll put a bump between the game will have a bump between your tracks and your bridge, and your train will look like it's going over a speed bump. It's really annoying and obnoxious, and I hate it. Trains don't like speed bumps. Okay. Thanks. I hate it. There's my spacing tracks, and then right here is where... Hey, JRB, 70-month resub. Thanks, man. We can't stop you no matter who you are. My associate's trying to say is that our new brake pads are really cool. Now, even look at the lines here, guys. I gave myself a threshold on either side. You never know when you're going to need to expand. Like, this is a theoretical max plan. Do I know if this is enough? No, I have no idea. So build out on the sides. What's it going to cost you? Space? We have plenty of that. That's part of the reason why this design is all spread out. You have space. A big mistake that I made with my last Republic was that I built everything in one small area, at least in certain spots, and I got constrained by it. Constrained, not constrained. There's no U there. Can we get a Republic tour? It's not much right now, dude. It's basically what you see on the screen. So over here, this area right here is where I want construction materials. That's what I really want this city for building construction mats. And then if we the way I see it, okay, here's long-term scalability. You want to think where my mind's at? All right. Let's say it's March 1985 in this game, right? Or 1970 or something. Like, it's sometime in the future. This is all here. All my construction facilities are built. We can make any type of construction mat anytime, anywhere, right? I set up this entire city to basically build materials. Excuse me. It's designed to build construction materials. We could either sell those construction materials or we could use them. Now, don't get me wrong, there will be other industries around in this city, right? The city center is going to be over here somewhere. JRB, the city is going to go... It's going to look kind of like like the highway is right here, and there's a curved road right here, and then there's going to be another curved road right here, and another intersection, or an underpass, perhaps, over here. So the city is kind of going to be a mirror of what you see here. Now, there are some parts of the city that I have zoned or planned for like early parts of the city. And then obviously it's going to expand as we build more and more mats. Now, we'll use smaller cottage industry stuff to get our initial profitability. And then we can scale those smaller industries. And as we scale the smaller industries and increase the population of the city, we can build more and more of this stuff. Now, way down the line, right? note that I'm putting a heavy emphasis on rail and highway here. Because we're building all the construction mats here, if we wanted to plop down another city over here, easy peasy. Just ship the materials in on the trains. No problem. Done. Easy. Simple. Right? The whole, before I give you like a more detailed tour, keep in mind the whole idea is that this city is not just designed for scalability in and of itself. It's designed for scalability across the entire map. So you can see that, you know, the city center will be kind of here on the coast, right? And then you have your industry areas kind of next to it, right? And the highway and the railroad tracks can expand this way. You just keep building. You could expand this city. You could decide to build another one over here. All I got to do is just build the railroad tracks out there. And then if I have railroad tracks out there and a highway out there, I can spring up a town like that. No problem, right? Yeah, the map's gigantic. There's going to be another city down here that's not, we have to design it. And I'll start designing this city when the plan for this city is kind of done, right? This city down here is going to be a major heavy industrial area. Steel, iron, oil, big industrial town down here. Like, consider this like Pittsburgh, right? It's going to, or Detroit or something. Big industry down here. Because you have coal, you have oil right here, you have coal right here, and you have iron, like, right next to each other. You might as well build steel there. You have iron and coal, very high deposits right next to each other. Makes sense for a steel mill. So, eventually, over here, I'm going to have another highway.
Oh, this is Space.
Hey, Bob! 5 subs. Gifted 5. Thank you very much. I'm eventually going to have another highway that goes down here, and another main line, which if you look, I built in a Y right here for a junction, for a line to go across the river right here, and have a main line that goes down here, basically behind my head, to get to the heavy industrial area. And it's all connected into this. If I can get this city up and running, and then this planned city up and running, I will build a city on the entire map. That's my goal. Now that you know that, let me go in and explain this. So we have our border right here. Right? The first thing that's next to the border is my railroad construction and storage depot. Right? And also we have electrical substations. This substation, and you have to do this, the substation is rated for 30 megawatts. You have a transformer, and initially we will buy power from NATO and the Warsaw Pact. Because there's 2 types of currencies in this game. There's dollars and rubles, right? So I have both of the lines from either border, because the maximum export and import on these is 18. My lines are rated for 15. I don't have 18 megawatt lines unlocked. You have to research them. Maybe we'll do that in the future. Maybe we'll redo it. That's connected into a substation here. The substation is for power for this area. Over here, I have an initial road that goes across the river and connects the 2 borders together. This will make it so I can buy stuff. I could buy trucks or vehicles on the dollar or on the ruble. This basically opens up 700 grand for this city design via this road. Okay, that's going to be one of the first things that we're probably going to make, connecting all this together. Past that, note that I have a power line here that ends. We're not going to initially need 50 or 30 megawatt power capacity. There's no way. But I have this road right here, and then I have marks on the ground for a scalable power grid, right? We could build a second line, and we could handle 30 gigawatts at 109 kilovolts for our transmission towers, going to all my substations. We go down here. The substations are connected via a big main station into the coal power plant. Where's the coal power plant connected to? The coal depot that we're working on. And then from here, we have 30 gigawatt capacity going in right here. It doesn't go anywhere from here. Going into the city. That should be enough. It should be enough, especially in close proximity to the power plant, to power at least all of this. If I filled this all in right here, that should be enough to power all of it. If it's not, well, like I said, scalability. If it's not, build another power plant. That's usually what they do. This power plant isn't big enough, build another one across the street. That's usually how that works. Bring the power to the people, as we say. Doesn't the power plant only produce 20 megawatt hours? 1,400 off the coal power plant. 1,400 megawatt hours of power. So that should be enough initially. Once again, we're initially just going to tap from off of our grid. We're going to import power, at least as an initial thing. That power will help us build out the rest of the industries and whatnot, but I'm building the grid, Seakraken, to take into account that we might need, we're eventually going to build our own power and not have to worry about it. And then scalability of said grid on top of that. So say maybe in the future, we need another power grid, or we need another power plant. Put it right here. We can put it right here. We can put it right there. We can put it across the street, wherever. I left a lot of space here on purpose. So, yeah. I mean, do I know if that's exactly right? Seems right. That seems logical. Any MPPs? Yes, you have 3 different types of nuclear power plants. Single core, twin core, and then 4 core, I believe. The single and twin are RBMK reactors. But if you want these things to work, JRB, you need nuclear fuel. You need lots of water. Figured the fruits of that labor. If you don't provide your MPP with water, that doesn't end well. Especially if it's a graphite tip reactor. And then there's the Zaporozhye reactor. I don't know what type of reactor that thing is. RBMK. Yeah, that's the same reactor as Chernobyl. So I have the highway, the main highway. Any kind of area demarcated with 5 roads wide like this is a highway. This is for expandability of said highway. Initially, guys, I'm making this. I'm making 1 road. Just 1. That's it. Make 1 road that's two lane, 2-way, and then make the other road on the other side that makes 4 lane, 2-way, right? And then maybe you connect these in, and with frontage roads, you make 4 lane, 2-way, right? The center road is just a maintenance road. I don't know if that's going to work. It might. It looks cool. And then you have kind of your boulevard roads, which are the three lanes wide. The theoretical maximum for these are 2 lane, 2-way. I have several of those types of roads going here. Those are the roads that are going around the city. Yeah, those are just basically boulevards. And then next to your boulevards, you have 2 lane, 2-way, which is basically going to be around the city and whatnot. 1 road to rule them all. Also, this is the first time I'm going to try and implement roundabouts. We'll see if those work. Some people say they work. Some people say they don't. We'll figure it out. Hey, Mill. I have interchanges. I have on-ramps right here that have the highway service the city and whatnot. We have underpasses. Some of them aren't connected. I'm keeping, just like I would in cities, I'm keeping my exits from the highway strategically placed so you don't cause traffic jams. Yeah. Building a lot of on and off ramps right next to each other on a highway is how people die. Yeah. Yeah, you keep saying that, Seakraken. I'm not convinced. I would like to see for myself if that's okay. Don't take that too personally. Hi there, when is Butch and Sonny coming home by? Hi, bye. Like, I want to see it, Seakraken. I want to see it, and for VOD continuity, I mean, you're probably right, for what it's worth. I want to see it for continuity of the VOD, so we can demonstrate this. If somebody's looking at it, they're like, oh, he tried 2-way, and then they said single way worked, right? I can use it as an example of why 2-way is a bad idea. If it is, at all. Yeah, pretty much. When is Crew 9 capsule? NASA to provide live coverage of the Crew 9 return and splashdown. NASA will provide live coverage for Crew 9 return to Earth from the ISS, beginning with the Dragon spacecraft hatch closure preparations at 10:45 a.m. EDT Monday, March 17th. That's 11 hours from now. Is Sonny still happy they got a lot more time in space? I would assume so, yeah. He said bye, he's gone. Yeah, that's true. What time is that in the UK? So you got to look at your clock and add 11 hours from now. That's why I said it that way. He lied to us, guys. Still here. So yeah, I mean, I should be. I don't see, barring. I don't think I have any plans for tonight. I should be here for this. Oh boy, today's gonna be a super long stream. Oh, 1:05 a.m. undocking. Oh boy. Happy Leif Erikson Day. Hinga dinga durgan. Pending weather on March 18th. Tomorrow at 5, return coverage will begin. Deorbit burn time is around 5 p.m. Eastern. Splashdown is at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, we'll cover all this, dudes. Yeah. That's going to be hard to balance with workers, but we'll do it. Space is more important anyway. How many Falcons have you missed in 2025? 4. Yeah, 4. There's that one I missed in January. There was one I missed, a Starlink. Actually, no, it's 5. I missed one in January. I missed one when I was down at Starbase for Flight 8. I missed Sphere X Punch. Transporter 14 or 13, whatever the last Transporter one was, and then another Starlink. I've missed 5 out of... out of 32. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, dude. Nah, I'll take it. I want to keep the streak going, but also I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule too much. But then again, like tonight, I don't mind. My sleep schedule's already ruined from Starbase, so whatever. I don't want to just be staying up till 4 in the morning every night like I used to. I have stuff to do during the day, like go to the bank. I have adult things to do, damn it. What's tonight? Electron. There's an Electron launch. I'm going to put 18 missed by the end of the year on my bingo card. All right. Them getting old and being an adult suck. Yeah. Anyway. So JRB, you know, you have your highways, and then I have my main railroad infrastructure. Down from the depot, we have a Y. This Y, like I was telling you, is built to cross the bridge. I'll build a bridge over here, and then there will be another main line coming from NATO here, and then this will be a junction where you could cross between the NATO main line and the Warsaw Pact main line. There's also going to be another highway coming down here. The reason why, and another big aggregate depot, the reason why there's iron right there. Iron. So there will be a gigantic iron processing facility probably over here somewhere eventually. And then that track and that highway will go down here, cross here, go over here, and connect into the big industrial city down here. This is going to look like, down here I want it to look like freaking Detroit, but we haven't made any of that yet. And, you know, I don't know. Tentative plans, I guess. My name is Jeff. Jeff, 88-month resub. Which map is this? A New Republic is born. What's Detroit? Good Detroit. 1950s Detroit. The current of the roundabout design. No. I want that southern city to be an industrial powerhouse. I'm talking like this. Yeah, baby. Look at that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Guys will look at this and say, hell yeah. Can you build secret underground anti-gravity research facilities in this game? No? What gave you the Ava Labs, what gave you the idea that this game would do something like that? Just out of straight curiosity. Starting to get Launchpad vibes. Yeah, maybe Hellfish, who knows? Look, man, I'm not saying that I know, I'm not, blind to past endeavors, I get it. I think this is the way to play this game. And the Launchpad content was some of the best content I've ever put out, so do me a favor, shut your yap before I put my foot in it. I thought it was supposed to be realistic, jeepers. It's... All right. I'm gonna keep going. So JRB, yeah, the city's gonna be over here. Cargo offloading and construction area is gonna be here. This city will be focused on industrial mats. So this whole area is gonna be pretty big industry. Not the biggest, but pretty big. Power plants here, heating plants here. I haven't figured out where I'm putting the water supply yet or the sewage. I'll figure that out. Over here we have the farm. There's gonna be farmland here. Hopefully this is enough farmland to fill up. I have grain silo loading areas here. And once again, I didn't make one big grain silo like what I've done in the past. We're going to make 4 small ones. And then once again, we have train loading. The threshold is big enough for the theoretical maximum trains. And this will make it so we can move crops anywhere. Remember how I said there's going to be supplementary industries in here? One of those things that I thought would be a decent idea is put a food factory over here. People got to eat. It's kind of important. Right? Might as well. How many fire stations? Yes. I have not made the fire station over here just yet, Sea Kraken, but I have the spot for it. It's going right there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And I might even put another one right there because I am paranoid as frick, dude. That's the reason why I'm building small grain silos, because if one burns down, you got the other one. Just in case. That, believe it or not, that is how I did. That's part of the reason why I came up with the scalability planning design, because I'm like, how many times have I played this game and had an aggregate storage burn down, or the frigging grain silo burning down in Spaghetsoff and literally putting me in under a mountain of debt for like 20 years, so we couldn't expand. I had a bad experience once, man. Do you have the space for a lot of the technical offices and crop trucks? Yeah, distro, the double distro. You need distro for this, right? We figured that one out. Double distro I left space for right here. And we could put another one right here. We could put a big distribution office here. We could put a big distro there to spread it evenly along all the fields. Other thing, we're going to pave these roads. Not pave them, we're going to gravel them. Gravel roads for farm access, for field access should be fine. I mean, it would be ideal if they were paved, but gravel should be good enough to get the equipment to move around fast enough to get the harvest. Because once again, another thing we got to think about is that this is a temperate climate. It's not the desert. It snows. It snows in this game. And when it snows, snow builds up on your roads. And if snow builds up on your roads and cars try to drive on them, they go slow. They don't get stuck, but they will. You have like a 90% debuff to cars like top speed. So I'm putting in places for technical services everywhere. We'll probably end up... we don't need a technical office over here. The only small technical office that we're going to need, it would probably be to plow this road. So fire, like in case there's a fire. That's about it. Hear me, Jigsy, hear you out. Space Program DLC, where you first research the tech to build a rocket, then you build it, then you research the tech to build a space station, and then you build modules for the space station. The devs have talked about making a Space Program DLC, Jigsy. How long will it take to build all this? I don't know. I have no idea, Xanax. The hell is a gigawatt? Yeah, right. I don't know, man. When do we break ground and start construction? I want the construction mats area figured out, uncapping. I know that the other side of the city, I want to put roads here. We don't need to plan that yet. It's literally just a mirror of this. After construction mats, I'll probably start working on the small industries. So food, alcohol, and clothes are what we're going to work on here. And then once I have those industries set up right in this area here, we got to work on the heating plant. And then once the heating plant is good, water, sewage, and then the city design. Actually, water, sewage, and heating plant would probably be a thing to do after this. I mean, heck, guys, we could... I was going to finish designing the construction mats area, but if you want, we could, like, this isn't pressing. The only reason why I started designing construction mats right now is because I started doing utilities in the power plant. And the power plant's going to need coal attached to it because it's a coal power plant, and there's a coal mine, there's a coal deposit right there, so you might as well, right? That's the only reason I built all this. Because I needed to, technically, as part of utilities. We could build something else. What will be first, Artemis 2, GTA 6, or game on pause? Well, if you don't ask stupid questions, this will probably happen before all of those. Are you doing big city first or research town? I think research would probably be good to put into this town, Sea Kraken, yeah? Too bad a gigabay isn't 1,000 megabays. That would be really nice. Can't see me. Alright, anyway. So we finished the tracks that we need for the aggregate unload. Let me... I just used the spacer tracks as a guide. Yeah, like I said, we were just working on this because this is stuff that needs to be done. It's not pressing over designing the city out. We could design the city out. In fact, designing the city would probably be a good idea right now. I mean, we could do it. We could switch gears if you want. It doesn't bother me. This area is actually pretty well planned out. The only kind of that I'm like, I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna do that is granite. That's what's up in the air. I called it granite again. Gravel. That's what's up in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Paul. Technically, we need an 800 foot threshold right here. Yeah, I'm not going to build that because we can't move the train any further, and we're not going to need that for a while. So, didn't catch your answer. What is the 5-year plan? Give me 1 second, Sig. Give me 1 moment. All right, sorry. I'm talking to Jack. So, utilities, we need to set up electricity, not the power plant, but just the grid, right? So people have electricity. It's pretty obvious. We need electricity, we need plumbing, we need sewage. And then, I mean, we could even do it with technical services at the start if we really want to. We might not even need to do that. I'm going to start building out kind of a quote-unquote old town using the flats that we have unlocked right now, right? I'll build out the shops that we need here. Space for parking. Am I doing car-centric? No, I don't know. But you might as well build it into the design. Once again, you have the space. We have plenty. This freaking map's huge. So we need to build out a city with all the shops and the schools, etc., and then probably a technical university over here somewhere. If I'm thinking about this right, and then start building the industry over here. Clothing is what I want to do initially. I'll build out a clothing facility right here. In that clothing facility, we'll have the provisions for a second clothing factory and a fabric place too. And then a stockpile. Probably it'll look like warehouse, fabric facility, warehouse, clothing facilities, right? With enough parking lot or enough parking space for all of those facilities, obviously. And where's the fabric coming from? Well, we have a railroad cargo terminal right here. Initially, we can get the fabric coming in via trucks, either on a dedicated line or on distro. Can you tell people to keep up the maintenance on their vehicles so I don't have to be on call 48 hours straight for breakdowns? Yeah. You could also set up a temporary heating plant near the town for starters and delete it when the city grows. Yeah, Arpazak, that could work. I would place it more near the grain storage for conveyor connections. Yeah, but placing it all the way over here is going to screw me on fuel costs because then they have to drive all the way over here. What does that fabric place need? Crops and chemicals. We're not going to do fabric. Doing clothes right off the bat and importing the fabric is worth it. Actually, Paul, you want to see something, dude? Real quick. Anyway, yeah. If you guys want to switch to working on, like... So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to need to build out the clothing area. The clothing area is going to denote how many workers we need. And that's going to denote city size. If we want to do that now, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. We'll do something different. I've been working on aggregate storage for the past 3 streams. Yeah, we can move back to construction mats in a second. Paul, I want to show you something. So, over the weekend, yesterday night, I took some time to make sure that the transmission and everything for the 59 is all like buttoned up and ready to go. I'm trying to get the 59 ready for spring so I can, drive the truck, right? So I noticed that I had the truck up on 4 jack stands and I noticed the front wheels were cambered out. And I was like, huh. That's not right. So, you know, it was already up in the air, so I moved the wheel, check for that up and down play, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's probably the kingpins. So I greased the kingpins on both sides, and one tire, the left front tire went straight, and the right front tire didn't. I greased the kingpin, and I was like, there's still play here. I was like, uh-oh. So I took the hub apart. So this, guys, is a tapered wheel bearing. Now, fellas, if you know anything about cars, you tell me. It's very subtle. Is that supposed to happen? See that? See how it can move left to right? Is this supposed to be a thing? No, it's not. It's not. So, I don't know why. It was greased. I don't know why, but the front right wheel bearing on the 59 decided to not be a wheel bearing anymore. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. You do not want this much play in your bearing. See that? Yeah, that's no good. So I did an axle bearing job over the weekend. I did it late last night because I wanted to get the 59 buttoned up. Yeah, that's not supposed to do that. Paul, you reminded me talking about vehicle maintenance. So, I pressed the old race out of the hub. I may have chipped it a little bit doing it. I don't know if you guys can see it right there. Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry. I didn't scratch the inner race mount. Froze the bearing. I went to get the bearing. I froze it. No, I'm serious. Froze it. Like, put the bearings in the freezer. The replacement bearing, I put it in my freezer while I was working on the truck. It freezes it. It contracts. Makes it easier to put it in. Yep. So I froze them. And I put the new bearing in. Sat there doing this for freaking half hour, packing those bearings full. Making sure that they won't fail for a long time. And, yeah. Now the 59 is totally good to go. Everything is good. I checked everything. I put the exhaust back on. Transmission isn't leaking. Everything is good. That truck's ready to go. So now it's coronet time. Just in case anybody's wondering. Yeah, until the next thing breaks, it happens. All right. Anyway, you guys want to switch gears? Let's switch gears. Our aggregate storage area should be pretty easy to scale correctly from here. It has been a while since I've seen a truck build stream. Yeah. Nearly ready for shed skids. Send it, mate. Frickin' send it, mate. Did you do any more work on the Camaro? The Camaro is sitting outside, Jens. Outside my garage, covered up. It's covered up and like bunkered down for the winter. Yeah, Rob. Fortunately, I noticed that wheel bearing was bad. I thought it was the kingpins. You gotta grease some of the suspension so the grease will take up the slop in the tires, right? And I thought it was greasing it, so I greased it, I filled the dang thing up, and I'm like, oh, there's still play there. Oh crap. It's the wheel bearing. Fortunately, old truck, easy to find parts. Found a new wheel bearing, measured that one with a caliper, and then went and typed the part number and got the right part. And then, you know, I did the wheel bearing last night. I checked the greased up the kingpins even more. There's no play in my front tires at all. So the thing should be a lot tighter going down the road too. So Camaro equals lawn ornament. Paul, it's America. It's a tradition. Having a third-gen Camaro in your front yard. It's a rite of passage for every car guy. Calipers are very useful. Yeah, you ain't kidding. So, see, Kraken, we were talking about crops. So I put my crop loading areas here. Once again, I have 4 to take into account the theoretical maximum yield of this field, of all the fields that we have. That's max yield. So say we have a harvest and we get every single one of these fields. 4 silos should be enough to fill it. Or is it? No, all the silos are for 1, I think. No, it's got to be your bowl. Anyway, this makes it so I could export if I needed to. We could export crops, or over here at my main cargo distribution hub, I left an extra belt spot. I left the extra, I remembered now. I said we needed to build a food and alcohol factory. Or just food. I mean, you could do either one. We have an extra belt spot here, next to my meat storage import. The food factory is gonna go right here. I don't know what we're gonna do with the alcohol factory. Building a new corn hub, that's right. I'd rather have a 91 SHO back in the front yard, but to each their own. Good choice. Have you given much thought as to the minimum viable profitable product for your republic? I'd hate to see it fail after all the awesome planning. Yes. Need a silo for that food factory. Actually, that's a good idea, Sig. That's a good call. What we could do, well, not what we could do, what we should do. Put a small, oh, we need a silo with, hold on. I'd need a silo with 2 outputs. Am I looking at this right, fellas? We could put a silo like this, and we could, that'll give us 2 belt output connections. This is going to be a little bit difficult to get this right. Because of the roads. Belt connections can't cross roads. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay. And see, these are one-way connections. There's only one way in, one way out to that type of silo design. So food needs to be on a belt connection like that. And then alcohols needs to be over here. Maybe if we mirrored the design. There we go. All right. That sorts that all out. So now we just got to build the parking lot, theoretical parking lots, bus stops, everything for those. All right. So that figures that out. So in the beginning, right, we could build the farm and then we could just truck the crops over there. It's not that big of a deal. The trucks would have to go down the farm road onto the highway over here and then back to there. Warehouse storage for the food and alcohol product. Yeah, we should consider that. This could be a significant export. It will be significant. There will be a chosen one. It will be significant.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then he killed the dog. The truck stop is better. Since you have 2 big warehouses. Yeah, the road cargo. So here's my problem. Hey, Zebby. 28-month resub. Here's the problem that I'm having here. There is no way... I don't think I have a way to get belts unless I build a road that goes over a factory connection to connect it into the cargo terminal. Because ideally, it'd be nice to just have the output belt go right into this warehouse. But we can't do that. I hate forklifts. Sneaky. Forklifts are useless. I hate them a lot. I used them once for a food factory design in Spaghettsoft, the first Republic I made, and I hated them. Cableways? Cableways? Why not just truck? IROC Camaro can't see me? No, it's a 91 Camaro RS. It's not mine. It's a buddy of mine. One of my mods' cars. Yeah, I think a distro is the right move. We'll have a distro that's just for food here. And add to the main warehouse. That will also give us redundancy, King, because these facilities, in case like that burns down or whatever, we'll have a place to put food. Truckworks, I was just saying if you have a service station, you won't need storage. Oh. You're saying like road cargo stations? Like this, dude? Yeah, right, Fluffy? Heck yeah, man. That's gonna be difficult with the alcohol. Crap. The other belt connection goes out one side. If you want easy money early game, can I suggest to make nuclear fuel from uranium oxide? You can suggest it, but that people can't eat that, so food is good too. Yeah, the storage for the alcohol factory. What's the internal storage for that? 14. 14 tons is a lot. We might just pull distro right out of these things. That's probably a better way to do this anyway. I mean, because the warehouse is right there. If we have a small distribution, like even the 3-car free distro would be enough with the right trucks just to jump back and forth. It's just popping over there. I'd actually, like, I know it makes no sense loading the truck up, like logistically loading the truck all the way up and then putting it right over there. Ideally, I would want these connected, but we're untangling a mess here at this point. Unless we move the grain silo where the meat storage is, and then move the meat storage where the grain silo is. That would eliminate that road right there. Can you not do some sort of conveyor system? These things that I'm making are conveyors, but the conveyors can't cross anything. All right. All right, rethink this for a moment. So get rid of that. And that right there opens up, if we just do that, that opens up a lot of area here. So get that grain silo back. All right, let's try this. Too long. Give me a freaking break. Let's try that one. Move it a little bit closer. Okay, we can make that. Now, what about the roads? Roads and belts can't cross, guys. So take that into account. They can't cross each other. That's coming off the wrong port. That leaves no port for meat storage. All right, that's not going to work. Let's try that. Okay, that works. All right, cool. So that means we need to put meat storage over here. All right, hold on. It'd be better to place that first because I'm an idiot. Come get the rest of this Guinness I'm not going to use. Okay. All right, that's as far as that's gonna go. Cool. So that now we need a spot for the grain silo. Yeah, Warduck's bridges, but bridges take time. That's the problem. They take time to make. It is. Sea Kraken, right? Yeah. Thanks for hosting Flame Trench on Saturday. I really enjoyed that one. Ship 39 is puzzling. Yeah. Conveyor logic seems odd considering the designs of the buildings that use them. Yep. If you need more connections, you can use train tunnels on your main tracks for the full length of the train station, so you could build there as well. The train tracks aren't really the constraint here, Violent, to be honest. You know what I'm thinking? Here's my solution. The meat storage holds 72 tons of meat. Dude, a 5,000 person city is not going to devour that. Not even close. Meat is... The crops, food is what they devour the most. That, like, I say devour, but you get the idea. So, we can make the meat storage smaller. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, this could be a buffer for just all the shops in here. 72 tons is more than enough for a buffer. I mean, the trade-off here is that we're not future-proofing our meat design, and if I exceed meat storage and the city's demands for meat gets higher, we're going to have to figure out another solution. That's not great, but... Can you use a small meat storage as a booster to the big meat storage? No. Source and storage have to be 1 degree of separation apart, Andrew, or else you need to build a forklift depot. The forklift garage, and the forklifts will move the product around for you if you're not 1 degree of separation. So if I wanted this small meat storage going into a bigger meat storage, I would need to output this to a forklift garage, and the forklift garage would be going to a larger storage. As long as it's 1 degree of separation, A, you don't need to buy any forklifts, and B, it'll just move it automatically. The only way you would exceed is if you build your own slaughterhouse, in which case it can have its own dedicated large storage on location. Bingo. Yeah, that's the solution there. Okay, so now that that's figured out, that gives me a lot more space to hook up the grain storage. I'm wondering if we can go from here. Too long of a connection. If your connection is close, it works like a conveyor belt. It doesn't work like forklifts. All right, let's try that. Nice. Okay, make that connection. So now this is what we're looking for. Now we just got to connect the roads. So make a road right here. We need we need the output there and the meat storage there. Done. Okay, cool. Now we got to make the input for this, but hold off on that. Now we have output connections. I need... It'd be good if we connected the food factory like that, and then that to there. Okay, so that outputs my food directly into a big warehouse that's connected to the train cargo terminal and also connected to the truck cargo terminal. Train cargo terminal could be for sending food away or sending food to other parts on the map. Road cargo, which it's connected to, right? Once again, 1 degree separation from facilities, right? Now, with road cargo, that's my distribution hub. Any place we want to deliver food in the city, truck just comes down here, plugs into that road cargo terminal, drives back, goes over there. So food is on tap. Sweet. Now the real big thing here is that how are we going to connect the alcohol? I can connect alcohol to storage, but we're going to have overlapping lines. Cargo train, no. Car do not do that. Cargo road. Shut up. I guess the best we can do is just have them truck alcohol over to the storage and call it a day. So, I don't have a problem with that because alcohol, it takes more time to produce it than it does food. Food gets produced really, really quickly. You can make a lot of it very, very fast if you have the crops. So putting it right next to it like this is not the worst idea. All right, cool. That gives us the trade-off, once again, is that we have a smaller meat storage. Wait, put the food factory further out and put it in the middle. What are you trying to say? Being serviced by the pedestrian connection. Hang on, Breeze here. Oh, okay. Titan's here.
I was like, I don't want the rest of it to go to waste, so Stevie will drink it. EJ will drink it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Bree brought me a Guinness on St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, chat!
It's quite tasty. All right.
Alright.
Thanks, babe. I love you. See ya. You don't need to shut that. Pretty good. Oh. Nice, refreshing beverage. The Fugitive is a good St. Patrick's Day movie. Yeah, hell of a catch there. Yeah, right. Would not the small meat storage fit on the other side of the main warehouse on one of the other open conveyors? The meat storage has to be connected directly into the cargo terminal, Andrew. Once again, 1 degree of separation. So, King, what were you saying? Anyway, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Tasty. You could accept forklift export, make it a lot simpler. He means move the meat storage to an open terminal on the station. On the other side of the main warehouse over here. Check Discord, you put crappy paint design. Where did you put your crappy paint design? Oh. Okay. I got it. Okay. Tunnel instead. The tunnels in this game don't work. I mean, pedestrian tunnels could work. Can we bend that connection in there? Oh. They don't work how people... It's not cities, guys. They don't work exactly like city skylines, man. It's not just like, oh, place this. This still really gives me no way. I mean, that's right. This is what we want, but this gives me no way to get to the alcohol's factory. I mean, we could just build a pedestrian bridge across, right? You could, yeah. A fire truck and an ambulance never get there. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, born is the way the tunnels, the tunnel. See, you need a tunnel portal, and the portal threshold's a big pain in the butt. It's not just like. Yeah. You playing with mods or no mods? I don't have any mods. You can't construct it without road access. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It was a good idea, King. Yeah, I didn't mind it. Once again, I want my food factory in the position where you can move food. Untangling this mess sucks, but that's how I do. Yeah, I like this way. This way works. It's not ideal, but once again, always a trade-off. Get away with that? I'd prefer that, yes. Yes. Perfect. And then if we really, really wanted to do, we could get a little fancy here. Put a tiny little warehouse over here. Balls. Can't tighten that up at all. You win. Perfect. I was always wondered, is this game finished in development? It's at 1.0. The developers are just releasing like supplemental content to it. They're gonna work on they're working on an early start DLC right now, which is actually super cool. It'll put the start time well earlier than 1960. That'll actually help a lot with our whole planning thing. I'm really looking forward to that. much can this hold? 96 tons of alcohol. I think we're good. All right.
Discovery, go
Now,
at throttle.
the parking lots. I kind of plan to put that stuff here. What does the food factory need? 170. Alcohol needs 100, so we have 270. I like using the 30-car parking lots, so 270 divided by 30. 9 parking lots. I don't know if we're gonna do car-centric. I have no idea. I might as well build that into the design. It makes sense to do it, just in case you absolutely wanted to. At this point, I can't say, like, conclusively whether we would, though. The hell? Oh. Whatever. Put a bus station first. I got you. Oh, figures the bus is going in the damn wrong direction. Cars can be used as a great boost to loyalty when they're given to loyal citizens and can be used as a great top-up, so having the capacity is always good. King, I have a theory that if you're playing spread out like we are, that cars really make a difference. Cars are great for decentralized industry. It makes sense. Like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, dude. Okay, we need 5 more of these parking lots. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we don't need that many. We could put 2 across the street here. And what I'm gonna do, guys, these roads never dead end a parking lot. That's a really stupid idea. That's gonna be a one-way. It's gonna be a one-way, so cars will go in this way, and they have to go in, and then they have to go out. Like, they have to. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Build your parking lots on like a gigantic loop, if you will. that. Cool. That's enough. And okay, I just need a footpath that goes from here to there. And that should give me enough to... Yep. Yep. Oh. All right, so 7 of the 9 parking lots. 7 of 9. 7 of the 9 parking lots can get to the food factory. Food factory is 170. 170 workers divided by 30 means the maximum amount of parking lots we need is 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then those last 3 can be for the alcohol. And we have a bus stop right there that is in range. Once again, I don't know if we're ever going to do car-centric. I have no idea. Probably, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do it, right? Like, it's not, it wouldn't hurt to get it done. And then, here, what I want is a road going this way and a road going like that. So all the cars will come in. Oh, they're all going to come in and they're all going to cross here. I don't want that. I want them feed. I want to feed it from over here. You're red-blooded American. Of course you are. Shh. Quiet you. Yes, Rob. That's right. That is a very good point. Just make the roads into and out of the avenue a one-way. So make it one-way in there. The problem is, Sneaky, is that over here, that's a one-way in to the cargo area for the warehouses and all the raw materials, and then that's a one-way out right there. Actually, we don't even need this center road. So that's a one-way out, and that's a one-way in. See how they're close? I don't like that. That's not great. The better solution here would be to spread it out. Move this interchange down here. So that could be the in, right, for cars, and we could reverse the direction of this. So cars could come in here, buses could go around the corner, right, because the depot, yeah, the bus, hold on, I mirrored it, so it's like that. So the input is over there, so the bus can go in and then turn around and go that way. And then have that be the out over here. The problem is the out is awfully close to that roundabout, so we could have the out be over here instead. And then just get rid of that. Hello, and best greetings from Germany. Best game ever. Hallo, mein Freund. What's up, buddy? Wie geht's? Yeah, I love this game, dude. There we go. That's good. All right, so food is ticked off. Food and alcohol is good. And then, once again, we can bring it in via... We could bring it in via train... straight import, right? Or we could We could bring it in via truck, right? We're going to have to figure out the build order for this. But, yeah, this is quite good. That's really good, actually. Have you planned power in the design? To an extent, yeah. Sehr good. Best Spiel Auszeichnung. Spent 700 hours in your last two years. You love it. Yeah, it's... This game does that. I'm going to leave this as blank space because, you know, you asked about electrical. Badger, the electrical grid is going to turn here and then go across there along with my heating lines. Because I think the heat... Either that or we could put heat power. We could put the heat power plant right there. But if we put heat there, that means we need belts crossing the tracks. I don't want to do that. You have so much to build. Yep. We'll get there, dude. The heating line distance is very important. Here or here should be good enough. I would ideally not want... I'd want it across the tracks. All right. So the food industry is good. This is important to get this right because this is an initial industry. This is what we want to build in the beginning. At least we're not going to build out the whole cargo terminal, right? But this is initially what we want. We're not, and I'm probably not going to build the parking lots either, but that's another story. I'm not building the parking lots until we start getting cars. Buses will be doing the majority of the work here. For the repair depot, food, alcohol. Don't build heating pipes longer than 1650. Okay. So about a mile. See, this makes this a little bit difficult because all my coal is over there. Yeah, sewer rat, your water temperature loses its thermal mass over time, over the longer distance. Hang on one second. Sorry, I needed to check something. I know that, I mean, doesn't matter how deep underground you build them. Like in Boston, y'all bury your lines deeper than in, say, Houston. There's depth, but we don't... I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Imagine if water pipes buried shallow freeze in this game in winter. Yeah, you can build them above ground, Drummer, and their thermal loss is way higher if you build them above ground in the winter, interestingly enough. The above ground lines are cheaper to make, though. I don't know if building them deeper underground is going to give you better thermal or less thermal mass loss over time. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe? It's possible, Drummer, yeah. Yeah, Happy Socks. We know the underground pipes are a lot better. If they go deeper, do they get better the deeper underground they go? That's what we're trying to figure out. I don't know. Hard to say. If you flip the last two parking lots, it could help with congestion. Oh. Andrew, I'll keep that in mind. I'll just leave that for now, but that's actually not a bad idea, dude. You flip those two, might not be the worst idea. But do you know for sure? I know in real life that's the case, but does that happen in game? I know what you meant, Sewer Rat. I know exactly what you meant. And that part never confused me. Now I'm trying to figure out if that's a thing in game, because I don't know, because the answer to your question was I don't know, so now I'm trying to figure it out. I got you, man. Violent ask around? Okay, cool. Alright, so food industry is good to go. Really, Chronic? That's funny. Might have had I'm confusing myself. Man, I'm relying on you to not do that, because if your confusion could spread to the streamer, and I already have to deal with streamer brain, okay? Alright? Just type math and you'll be fine. Shut up, drummer. Shut up. Just pinched a nerve in my arm. Come on, hand. Please work. Thank you. All right. What do we want to do next? I think getting clothing, food, alcohol, and clothing set up initially would probably be good. Now, clothing... to miss.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Scott, 37-month resub. Thank you. I'm considering redoing this to put roundabouts in on these interchanges, because these interchanges are going to see a lot of traffic. And if I do that, we put a roundabout interchange and we make it more like this interchange down here. That would make it so I can make... this road doesn't need to curve like that. We can attach that road straight, like that. And over here, I can make a road that goes down in here. Might want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. These aren't on grids, so it's going to be a little bit harder to make this. Hold on, let me check the radius. 150-foot radius. Okay, easy. Part of the roundabout starts to go up the hill a little bit, but that's okay. I noticed the textures were freaking out. Some of the roads are still weird there. There's too many nodes. See, if you zoom out, see that little line that pops in there? Something's wrong. those damn ghost roads are coming from. They might be from over here. Because I'm pretty sure that's okay. Just got to redo some of the roads. We got to redo some of the ramps here. Actually, we got to redo all the ramps to just get rid of them. So over here, get my measuring tool. See, before I could rely on the grids because the city is aligned with the grid. Can't do that here. So then you split it like that. You get rid of your feeder roads there. Get rid of the center road. And then make the perfect circle. Come on. That service road is crooked and it's pissing me off, but it's all right. Where does the service road go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. See, now I can connect a straight road there, and then we can make a road go down here and then connect into
go and
this.
throttle up.
I actually might need to redo the elevation out of here, so we could put a roundabout, like, actually, this road is going to have to go that way. It's going to have to be leveled by there, because that's aligned with grids. So we got to figure out their convergence point. Put a roundabout here. Have a road go there. Road go there. Road go there. Cargo road. How many snowplows to maintain this? About 350. Hold on. Made that one just a smidge too long. Oh, come on. Seems to want to make these not nearly as long as the other one. I don't know why, but it happened on both sides. Okay. Okay, first of all, that service road sucks. I hate it a lot. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Much nicer. Second of all, this service road sucks a lot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I see the problem. Roads aren't straight. I got it. So go in here, make that like that, make that like that, connect there. Bruh. Blazing Pyro, 83-month resub. Thanks, man. There. That's pretty damn uniform considering we're not lined up with the grid. I know that that one is closer than the other, and same thing is right there, so it's uniformly crooked, I guess, if that makes any sense. Now, these roads were nice, but... in fact, we probably don't. I'll leave that roundabout there just in case, because I work. Nah. Never mind. I'm just coping. Because this was a really nice roundabout. Do it right. Do it right. Do it right. Comrade Roundabout. No, we have photoshopped him out of the picture. Okay, so from here... we need to do the whole road grading thing. I don't think this is going to be in a straight line. It's close. Alright, well, that's our line of demarcation, so to speak, for where the right-of-way of the road needs to be. I heard the difference is negligible. Well, don't forget the cost will go up dramatically. Okay. So, it doesn't matter. Alright, got it. I like, for precise grades, I like doing this way. Other people like using the runway tool and stuff. Runway tool is good. That does work. I think this way gives you a lot nicer grade. Just get in here with the smoother. Right, and then check your profile. Perfect grade. Every time. Love it. how that threshold came out. Come on. Fine, just do it that way. Jeez. Okay, we don't need our guide roads anymore. Once again, this is not as pretty or as nice as the one we had over there, but that's okay. I'll leave that there just in case we ever need it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now over here, we could do the same thing. Hey, Jonathan, 65-month resub. I don't know about you, but I, for one, like Roman numerals. Yeah? Yes. So what I'm trying to do, guys, is retool a little bit for early industry. The reason why I made that big change just now is so the trucks don't have to drive all the way over here. So like, say if I have a textile factory right here, and then all the people are next to it. I don't want the trucks to have to drive all the way over here and all the way back. Just because I didn't know how to make an intersection like this when I built this, right? I wanted it to look like this one. This one is a nice interchange. See that? $100 bits from Guy. Oh. Is there really no undo button? Why would there be an undo button in a city builder? For unburning grain silos twice. Touché. Touché. All right. So now we got to figure out where we want our the clothing factory to go. We could get even better access by building a road right here. That would mean modifying this to look like that, to mirror it. What do you think, dudes? We could do it. Leave this area open around the interchange in case I need to weasel the highway around to do construction. Leave the space around the highway. And then also, the other thing is, where's the closest? This sucker. Minimum viable road. We can't make the on-ramps initially, guys. I have to have a 2-lane dirt road or a gravel road going into the city somehow off of the main highway. So this is where we're going to put it. Ain't nothing over here anyway. Once again, that's going to be... This road is a service road for when we go to build stuff over here before this interchange gets made. Because, yeah, we have to... Yeah, we'll get rid of it. I'll get rid of it once the interchange is up and running, but... For the second, we need the interchange working. And heck, we only need to build half of it. We only need to build that, and then build the road over, and then we're good. Then we can get rid of this road. Now, with that all being said, where do we want textile? You can put free construction offices in this area. Actually, sneaky, I was planning on putting free construction offices right here. No, because I already wanted to put a technical service depot right here, so they could plow the highway. But you're in the same, your mind's on the same wavelength that I'm on. Yeah. Or we could put it there. We could just get rid of it. Now, that begs the question once again, where are we going to put the, Oh, Hooded, I got you. Thanks for linking it up. Hooded linked up a thing on thermal. Well, Sneaky, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking put water right here. Right? We put water here and have that pump to this half of the city, and then if we want to do another half, we put another water plant on the other side. Right? Because this is supposed to be a mirror on this axis right here for the city part. Right? That makes sense. But that doesn't still doesn't solve our sewage problem particularly. I mean, we could dump it in the water right here. I don't really care. Put a retention pond right there. Just dump it. It's probably a good idea. And then for the other side, just put a dump over there. But then again, if we did that, sewage treatment, where would we end up, you know? Damn. Nah, I would prefer all my sewage to go into a retaining place over here. The problem is I kind of ran out of space. Kind of ran out of space for that. Sewage really causes problems when it backs up. You don't it really doesn't pollute the water as far as I can tell. Like it just dumps wastewater. The sewage treatment plant. Yeah. Hey, you. What's up, dude? Nice hat. Oh, yeah. Hey, guess who won NASCAR yesterday at Las Vegas? A Ferd. Deal with it. Caused a lot of pollution, even though it doesn't say it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, happy for Josh. It was a good race, man. Pretty good, pretty decent race. Blaney got the shaft, as is tradition. Every time, dude. Guy always gets screwed. But he said it was his fault, so whatever. Might be good to dig the pond over here and put sewage treatment right there, because I hadn't planned for anything over here. The more I think about that, the more I think it's a good idea. We tee up the road that way. Sewage does not have to be close to water. I can dig a hole in the ground, Fluffy, and we could have it dump into it. Yeah. Like I can make an artificial lake right here. Like a small one. And then we could put a sewage dump in it initially. And then put the treatment plant in. There's enough space for it right here. In fact, I think that's what we're going to do. Does it need an outlet? Nope. Nope. Non-dimensional water in this game. Just put it at a water source and you're good to go. So what I was thinking is if we put our big sewage treatment facility over here, we could put another one down there and have that service the other side of the city. So we could put sewage here and water there. And instead of all the sewage going into the center and going over here where I originally wanted it, sewage can go this way. We can set it into a sewage and water treatment grid this way for this side of the city. And then there's going to be another side of the city over here. Then we could have a sewage treatment plant over here on the other side of construction mats. And all the sewage on this divvy line, all the sewage over here goes that way, and all the sewage goes this way. That would probably be better than trying to design one big one, right? Because then you're designing a smaller system over here, and then another small system over here. And then if I put water treatment plant here, so the water if we put a water treatment plant right there, and then put another underpass right here, right? Basically mirroring this and have the road circle around and reconnect, right? Water comes in this way, sewage goes out that way. Water would come in over here, sewage comes out that way. Electricity would still run down the center and split to either side. I like that idea. That would make it so I could just put water and sewage like directly next to each other. And then right in the center, they'll stop. And then I'll have another one mirrored over there. All right. Yeah. So we could put water right here, sewage right across the street. And now, once again, that still doesn't solve where our textile production is. Where's textile going to be? I'm almost thinking putting the textile in this new area that I just built right here is not the worst idea. Just put it across the street. Clothing doesn't pollute that hard. Seriously. 500 feet away from the nearest house would probably be good enough for the clothing factories. And then 900 feet away for the fabric factory. So what's the width of what we have here? Yep. Fabric factory here, 2 clothes factories there. Right by the temp road that leads to the border, right? Right, you have perfect access to people over here. Yeah, I'll build it right here. We'll build our textile industry right here. And then on the opposite side, we could plan for... I was thinking on the opposite side in this area, which would be right here, we build a port. I also... Oh, that's right. I wanted the tracks to Y right here. I forgot about that. The Y is going to have to be over here. And the track's going to have to go that way. Yeah. Maybe we could put the port on the other side. The sewage depends on the water use of the city. If you put in one small water pipe, one small sewage pipe out. I'm just going to use big water pipes, Violent. For like my main water lines. So I'm thinking have the water and sewage lines travel on the side of this road right here, all the way to here, and then all the sewage would feed in this way. So, like, okay, so say this is my main highway, right? And then here's the roads. The roads do this, right? And the city kind of looks like that, right? And then, you know, I have the roundabouts here, 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 and here, right? This would be the mirrored part of the city that we haven't made yet over here. Then there's the underpass that goes over here, right? The whole side of the city will look like this. The highway is right here, right? We have our water come in this way, like this, and then get distributed like that. Right? And then eventually we do a mirror of the same thing, but don't connect it right there. Or we could with water, you could connect it. It doesn't matter. Water's pressurized. And then with sewage, we do the opposite of this. Right? Do you think that'll work? I think that's a nice way to do this. I think he's saying you need 1 for 1. Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, yeah, I was planning on doing that anyway. Cool. Thank you. The EPA requires 10-foot separation from any water line to any sewer line. I can do that, Cunny. We can design it to EPA regs. The lines don't leak, but it still would be fun to do. Like, I don't mind doing that. Okay, Violent, do the water calculation. So, what you're saying is build the city. Build the city first, calculate water off of that, and then go? Well, that's going to be a little bit problematic. Water do 1-to-1 for sewage. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, dude. Do you not want a set of tracks going up this way? I would really like a set of tracks going over here. Honestly, Andrew, having... It would be nice to have a... Is my example still up? No. It'd be nice to have a track that goes around over here. We can do it on that side, but unfortunately, I can't really do it on this side. There's no space. Because I really, really, really would like a line going this way for crude oil. But I don't really have enough space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jacob's 27-month resub. Thanks, man. You upgraded the other day with tier 1. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Yeah, pipelines what's going to have to what we're going to have to do, Andrew. Yeah. Could always put a pipeline, an underground pipe over here, and this bad boy. Pipelines can work. That's fine. We still got tracks over here. It'd be nice to connect that in, but maybe we can do it with the track that we run this way. I want this track. I would like this track to run this way and put a nice train station right here, a big one, eventually. Like that was, at least that was the plan. That's a cargo train station, moron. Like, put something like this here. That showed a distance. You don't need tracks. You're probably right. Put a bunch of, put parking lots here, and then put train tracks with a train station. At the very least, for tourists, Oh, Guy, you turn 40 tomorrow. Oh, remember, it's not the age, it's the mileage. Am I right? Oh. Better to pipe it to the tracks that you have. Yep. All right, dudes. Give me 1 second. I just got to take a piss real quick. Look at it. Pretty good, man. Coming along pretty good. All right, so when I get back, we'll do sewage and water. Actually, no. We got to design the city first. That's what I'll do when we get back, and then we'll design sewage and water based off of theoretical maximum. Just like what we did before. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'll be right back, 1 second. Also, check out this shirt that I got. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Just saying. All right, I'm back. Would you just look at it? Oh, would you look at this? All right. Oh, would you just look at it? Unfortunately, we. Oh God. Okay. All right. I'm all right. I'm all right. It's fine. That curved grade was kind of difficult to make, but whatever. All right, well, let's measure center to center here. So center road is right there. Center of the roundabout is 1,240 feet. Okay, so let's go this way. Huh. Oh, I made the road curve in, so it's going to have to curve back out. Oh, that's kind of neat. All right, that'll look kind of cool. Sweet. So, what is the radius on these? Yeah, it's still 150. Okay, neato. So, let's measure 150. 150. Actually, that's not really going to work now, is it? We got to do it that way. I'm totally not just putting my finger on the screen to find that point in 3D space. I swear. That's not what's going on. It is what's going on. Cool. Now, boom. There we go. There's your roundabout. That's its point in 3D space. Now let's get that measuring tool back out again. Get the line piece. Go right here. And now we build to do the grading, right? We gotta add our segments again, even though I already did this. I just like making more work for myself, guys. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Might be able to get away with it with 3 roads. 3 roads and the smoothing tool. Yeah, that'll do it. I can make this work. We have to make this a nice smooth curve. The profile curve is what I'm talking about. So do that, do that, do that. Start working and we're going to go Bob Ross on this. Ready? Just click each step, right? Start getting in there. Get the lines to be relatively straight. Small brush with the smoother tool. Get those lines to be nice and parallel. Just happy little roads. It kind of bows in the center a little bit, but that's okay. Not bad for... It bows out a little bit, but like it goes up and then it levels and then it goes up again, kind of steps just a little bit, but that's okay. It's a negligible amount. Hard to even see it. The reason why I'm kind of anal retentive about keeping these things nice and smooth is because it matters. Smoother the road, the faster the cars can go. Fun fact. Now we got to be careful because I want train distro to be over here, but I have to make sure that we leave enough space. So what I'm going to delete that back. The train distro depot should be able to fit there. That should be fine. So we got to make this kind of snake a little bit. Like that. Nice. We should still be able to fit two rail distros in there is what I kind of planned. That should work. And now, going this way, between that roundabout and this roundabout, give myself some space. Okay, once again, get our profile curve, have it start right here. How long is the other threshold? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Now we just got to make this smooth. And we got to kind of point it at the other one right there. So this will give us the line that we need. Turn on that measuring tool. Hey, hey! The road's going to curve a little bit. Once again, these are here. I make these little strips of road, right, to basically work like a sloping tool. I'm sorry, outside map borders? Question? That was weird. That was a weird one. It just needed to remake the road. It must not have registered it right. So now, if you look at these actual lines right here, you just get at them with the smoother tool and make sure the lines are straight and they're perpendicular to the road direction, right? If we lower this up here, see? We could even get rid of that center hump right there. Perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to go too crazy or else it's just going to get rid of it. Now connect those roads together. Connect that road there. Connect that road there. That one there. That one right like that. I leave these little humps right here because they're service roads. It makes it so you can, like, if there's a big utility vehicle that goes slow and it's driving on the road, it'll take the dirt road instead. So you don't make traffic jams. I find that very, very useful. And there we go. Revised road design. All right. City time. You're procrastinating. There are 10 other workers that could have completed this by now. Saying I'm wasting time? And what did Dyatlov do to that guy that said that? Case? What did he do to him? He told him to face the power plant, please. See, once you build the roads, you can tighten up the terrain around them. Face the power plant, please. What? Reactor core blown off? Stare directly into it. That is your punishment. That's pretty much how that happened. Face the graphite, please. That's so screwed up because that is what he did. Like, what a dill hole. Okay, this is your momentary stream interruption to appreciate that awesome Western Star cement mixer. Look at that nice Western Star cement mixer. See? SpaceX is playing workers and resources. Only they're playing launchpad workers and launch pads. Well, look at that. That's a beautiful Western Star there, boy. Yeah. Fastenal Dodge Ram. All right. All right. All right. It's a vibe. Western Star, cool. Only know it because of Snow Runner. That's the only reason a lot of people know Western Star. Seats, that's okay. Has it got a Hemi in it? Probably. Snow Runner and ATS, that's right. This design is good, man. I like this a lot. You're driving a Mac and ATS? What kind? All right. City, let's go.
Discovery, go at throttle.
So what industries do we already have? Whatever the new one is. And Anthem would be the new one. See, I like old Macs. Old Mac trucks, like the ones in this game. Can't go wrong with an R series. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that thing. You can get these trucks in this game. They're one of the best trucks in the game by a long shot. And turns out that that's true in real life. My my uncle actually owned an R series. He did hauling, right? He owned an R series. He had an R series and an auto car once upon a time. And I was like, how's the R series? He's like, it's one of the best trucks I ever owned. I'm like, yes. Dude, you still see him around doing work around here, Sneaky. I don't know why. Mac trucks, Ernok's the one that told me this. Mac trucks are like super popular on the East Coast. I don't know what that's about, but whatever. Macs nowadays are meh. Yeah, it's because it's just a Volvo. Anyway, all right. Let's think about base population here. So we want clothing. Peterbilt 389. You have good taste, Linus. You have very good taste. I'm more of an R series guy myself. Actually, screw all that. You know, it wouldn't surprise you. It wouldn't surprise you that I'm not. Those are all fine and dandy, but that's my truck. That's the one. That would be my truck of choice. The Ford L series. Yeah, Ford made semi trucks, and they're really good actually. They're them with Macs. Like, if I could just have a Ford L series and a Mac R series, I'd be good to go. Like for a long time. Now I'm dreaming about buying semi trucks, and I need to stop immediately. My wife would kill me. Have you seen a Scania? Yeah. I don't know. ULA uses a Ford L series, Thump. ULA, yes, United Launch Alliance uses a Ford L series to tow their Atlas and Vulcan boosters around. True story. They have an L series at the Cape, and they actually paid to have it restored. Interestingly enough, here. There it is. There's a picture of her. Tori Bruno said a little while back on social media that they... Here, take a look. See? Hell yeah. L9000. That is a very heavy-duty truck. An L9000 on an extended wheelbase with a day cab. Yeah, see? There it is pulling a Centaur. That's a Centaur 3, but still cool. This picture is taken inside of a ship, by the way. Inline 6 in the L9000. Give me 1 second. I'll check. It would have had a caterpillar in it. Very nice. Or a Cummins. Cummins inline 6. 855 cubic inches. 14 liter inline 6. Very nice. Very nice. I don't hate it. Freaking 14 liter inline 6. I love it. That's awesome. All right. City time. Let's go. All right. So how many people? So, okay, here's a really quick and easy way to calculate how many people you need. So workers work in more or less 8-hour shifts. Okay. You have 24 hours in a day, 8-hour shifts. You need 3 shifts. Okay. So when I was calculating the parking lot, I'm calculating the maximum amount of employees that would work at like my alcohol distillery or the food factory, right? We want to figure out how many people need to work here. You take their labor numbers and their theoretical max labor numbers, you times it by 3. So 170 times 3 and 100 times 3. So 300 and then 170 times 3 plus 300. Just for our food factory, we're going to need 800 provisions for 800 workers. Okay, now on top of that, right, so we have 810, remember that. Now on top of that, we want to do clothing, right? Clothing factory is 80 people, all right? So we want to be able to initially have 1 and then scale to 2, right? Makes sense? 3406. Nice. Or not. Very nice. Very nice. So 80 times 3, that's 240, right? And then times that by 2 for 2 clothing factories, 480, right? And then we scale to a fabric factory, right? If we put a fabric factory in, we need another 300. So plus 300. So 780 and 810. Me too, Sneaky. 4 out of 3 taking into account shift changes. Wow. Okay, this is gonna get out of hand pretty quick. Okay, so about 1600. I'll just make a note of that over here. $1,600 base. The most you're ever going to have is 2 shifts at a factory, though. Okay. So that's 1,600. But there's other things to take into account. We need schools. We need a supermarket. Right? You need all of your municipal services. You got to do all that. Okay. So let's just work around 1,600 for now. We'll start by building residential, okay? Oh, man, how am I going to make a place for all these frigging people to park if we're doing car central? Yeah, Happy Socks. I think all told, we're probably going to need to put provisions for about 2,000 people to get this city to run correctly. Keep in mind, we're building for what we want, so that's not that big of a deal. Those flats are awful. Those flats are nice. See, these ones hold 110 workers, 87% quality of flats. You want higher quality here. The highest quality would be these. The quote-unquote individual homes. Those things suck. But they're cheaper to make. The garages we found hold way more cars, right? 32 cars for a slightly smaller space, yes. Oh yeah, that's right. We do have those garages. They added those to the game. They didn't even tell anybody about it. We have Soviet-style garages, which is kind of cool. Well, first of all, we'll put down as much as we need. How much? These hold 110. So we have 2,000 workers, right? We're taking into account 2,000 workers. Divide that by 110. We need 18. Yeah, the garages are awesome. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It's a place for people to park their cars. Yeah, 32 spaces. And that's very, very small compared to the 30 spot. Actually, it's about the same size, but whatever. I like using these brick flats. They're nice. There's no way we're putting enough parking in here. It's not a chance. It would be a nice mix, Thump. So yeah. I mean, we could always just put a ton of parking over here and then have nice footpaths. They'll be able to walk. All right, we'll start here. This design has not failed me in the past. It works really, really well. So how much do we have here? 660? Point of refuge, you don't have to use the road on these. I understand that, but I want... You don't have to, but I also want ambulances to get there and not have my people die. Now these people are going to need waste. That's not lined up. We can always put another set over here. And just like we discussed before, per my last email, underlined in bold. It's 880. That's actually not bad. The emergency services will use footpaths, yeah, but their footpath traverse speed is a lot slower. Cars don't go very fast on the footpaths, dude. See? Large trash containers for residential. It apparently doesn't matter, Jigsy. The only reason why you'd have smaller containers is to save money. The bigger containers are apparently better, so to speak. Like they can hold more, they don't fill up as much. They're the big containers are a little more expensive, but yeah, that's the gist of it. Hey Charles, what's up, dude? Okay, so that's 880. We're halfway to 1600 for the most part. That's actually not bad. Where are all the statues going? Well, see, Kraken, I'm actually leaving space. If you noticed, I left space around the boulevards, and they're kind of close to the side roads here. Yeah, we'll put the statues there. I was thinking about it, dude. Oh, we could put them in the roundabouts, too. That's a good idea. Ah. We're about to have some action over here. I'm thinking a supermarket over here and a supermarket over here. And then we could put school, or we could do one big supermarket, but it's better to have multiple, because if the thing burns down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, gosh, if it burns down, you're going to have a bad time. I'll freaking do it again. Where the university's going. I haven't put any thought into that just yet. What I'm really thinking about is housing. Housing first. Like, you gotta. I know I want those houses there. Now we gotta figure out where everything else lives, right? Like, that's really important. The shopping center Ukraine does about 2,000 people, 2,600-ish if they are happy and loyal. The Okian supermarket. What's its internal storage? Okay. It would be good to have meat storage attached to that. Hey, Ben, what you got there, Ben? Meat. Hey, Ben! Ben! Old Ben. Alright, here's what I'm going to try. Emphasis on try. Remember the parking garages? Yeah, I know. Sorry, I didn't like how those were placed. They are, some of them were placed crooked. Redo the blueprints. And do we want... What are these? 30. Now, these medium flats are pretty damn good in the early game. See, what I'm wondering if I could get more, like get another flat in there. You know what I mean? Maybe we could get 4 in where we're in the allotted area. Like we might be able to get 4 there, might be able to do 3 there, and 4 there. You know, or just do 4, 2, 2, and 4, right? So that's 12 flats. 12 flats times 110 a pop's 1320. Good number. Yeah, Newell, that's a good point. Those flats are tight, son, I mean, yeah. And then from there, we can derive the next position here. Line up with that road. One off. This is going to be a slightly wider design. That doesn't look right at all. That's not in the correct position at all. What the hell? Sorry, I'm just making sure my spacing is right. How did I get over here? Where am I? Hey, Willard, what's up, man? I don't know. Should they be that far apart? Yeah, I liked how we had it before. So let's half that road, 200 feet, quote unquote radius. What's the distance here? 250. I'll make the roads first. Yeah, there we go. All right, now get the large containers like we discussed. Get them to line up as close as we can. All right, excellent. So now we go over here like this, go here like this. Now this should make this really easy for the flats to line up. I think what I'll do is I'll just make the flats parallel to this road. Actually, we can even make it like one tick off. Might make it look a little bit nicer. So rotate, rotate. One tick of rotation on either side. That one's not exactly on a tick, so it's close, but it's not exact. Just like Grandma used to make. Right. That one was just a little bit off. It was a little out of line. There. We also probably just could have made this and copied it 4 times, but hey, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Much nicer. Lot tighter design. Looks way better. Now everything is nice and evenly spaced. I should have done that from the start, dudes. So once again, we're back at 880. Last, what's up? Tried the blueprint tool. It would have been a smart thing to do, man. So I don't think we can fit flats right here, but I can fit more flats right here. Doing the opposite of those. Sorry, not sure on the time difference to GMT. How long is it until Space News? Just take an hour. Take what my normal Space News start time was and just minus an hour from it, dude. I want to start getting ready to do more Space News stuff in probably about 45 minutes. What population are you aiming at for this part of the city? I need 2,000 in this this area right here. How much room for footpaths? A lot. The reason why I tightened up the design is so we can do this. I could put a footpath here. Okay, footpath out there. Footpath out here. Footpath right there. And then... Oh, I hate that it's not... It doesn't match the... Really? I hate it that it can't match the profile of the road. That's really, really annoying. Anyway, I was going to build a footpath right here and have them connect. Like that, but not so poopy. Hate that is like that, but hey, whatever. The more we do this, the more of this we place down, the more I really hate it. That's funny. That's the other way to do this. Make it in small segments. Which is probably what I'll end up doing. We have to build it by hand. So be it. It's gonna have to be artisanal handcrafted footpaths. There. Best corned beef yet? Nice, Bree. Sweet. Bits. Thank you for this. Thank you for the Flame Trench shout out. My pleasure. Serious random question. But what do starlings spread out? What do starlings spread out sideways? But do starlings spread out sideways? As I was doing the bins when I looked up, I saw a normal slow-moving sat, but not long after, I saw a bunch of smaller dots, varying intensity, all moving in the same direction, but we're all spread out over a large area. Not like the usual train when they're all in a line. If they're doing collision avoidance, it's possible, yeah, sure. I mean, serious, you gotta remember, like, okay. To deploy the satellites, right? They gotta spin the second stage. That's how they do it. They spin the second stage and then they just let them go. So for a second, they'll kind of be all over the place, and then they'll maneuver into position, into a chain, and then spread out. So yeah, you probably saw one just after, like, maybe 1 or 2 orbits after deployment. I mean, we could probably see what mission it was. My guess would be Starling 1216, which was Saturday morning. Yeah, they do that, dude. Starlings are, yeah, weird. In a cool way, though. I haven't seen a train in years. Yeah, their deployment time has gone down a lot. Man, that one really isn't placed right, is it? I'm gonna redo this one. Sorry, guys. You know, I know people are gonna say, like, dude, you're taking all this time. Yeah, dude, I gotta stare at this, alright? I gotta stare at the damn thing for a long time, okay? Now that we have the design, it won't take very long. There we go. That should fix that. Yeah, it looks like that road isn't exactly straight, parallel, but that's okay. It's alright. It'll still look good. Are you doing flats now? Yep. You seem to have a big money leak on the ruble there. You lost 300k just this stream. No, no, I do not. That number has been the exact same. The game has been paused the entire time, Sig. What are you talking about? Sure you're watching the right stream? Okay. Let's add our big containers here. I'm going to try to do double housing on this side. So we have 880, right? And if we put another set of 8 here, 1720, right? Am I thinking about that right? That gets us pretty dang close. And what I'm thinking is put supermarkets and everything over here. Supermarkets and schools and whatnot. And we should be in footpath range of doing that. Like well within footpath range. It's not going to show up with the dirt paths, right? But it should help us get there. Like, we might even want to put a pedestrian bridge here and a pedestrian bridge here. Maybe one over there and maybe one over there. Or, better idea, put the bridges on the smaller roads. Bridge there, put everything right here, good to go. School, supermarket, police station, fire station. And then on the back half here, I don't know. I don't know what we'll do on this road. Something cool. Do you plan on having separate houses for the research smart specialty workers? Yeah. Well, this block right here is slated for more of this. So I could, if I can get my 2,000 in here initially, right? We get 2,000, we get this working. I just move this design over here, the exact same design, move it over here, and then just make it square instead of making it curve. We should be able to fit more. And then we could put the university over here and stuff. I could even put the university like on the corner over here, right? This is just kind of theory. I'm not sure if this will do what I want, but... This is the way I should have done this in the first place, but... I figure now that every house will be in the range of the hospital. Dude, I can't place like a fence without somebody saying, well, I fear that that fence is going to actually cause your republic to catastrophically fail. Like, yeah, I know. I'm just trying out designs, dude. Relax. You good? Everything's good. Don't worry. It's not a problem. Oh, that fence. It's a very tricky fence. So Violet, I got an idea for how I want this. Are you going to a sports hall or only outdoor sports? I haven't. I'm gonna do the one that with the thing. You'd want to do an indoor sports hall, Sea Kraken, right? Now that I'm thinking about it. What is the public transport going to be based on? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet, dude. Yeah, I have no idea. Horse and buggy. Yeah, maybe. Okay, we got breathing room on this side. We got breathing room on this side. Now, how do we do this? I think we'll use this cell over here as kind of our test. I made that mistake before. I think you should design the city around public transport. I'll have a bus stop, dude. Yeah. In fact, if we put one right there and put one right there, I think we're going to be in the ballpark. So let me get rid of that little bit. Little bits. Get rid of that little bit. Whoa, we even got tiny people. It's gonna have to slightly redo this just because of the angle of that road. Why, road? Why are you like this? No, no. Oh, there's a node there from where the old thing connected. Oh, God. Oh. That was close. Okay, so they can get at it from 3, right? We can get at it from 3. That's okay. I would want it to be more, but if it's paved, they could probably get at it from every single one of these things. But if we extended this road a little bit here and a little bit right there, and we did something like that. Now, how does it go? That gets 5 on both sides. Oh, that gets a 6 over there. Why 6 over there and 5 over here? Do you think you'll unpause before this weekend? Dude, how am I supposed to answer that? I don't know, man. Like, what do you want? Like, we're definitely moving towards it. Building this out is, like, I don't know. Can you tell me what the lottery number is? Can you think about telling me what the right lottery number is? Now, I don't know, man. Maybe. Like, it's hard to say. That can get every single one of them. So we get 6 over there. It's these ones that are going to be the ones that struggle. When are you going to buy a truck? Oh, an Oshkosh. That would be great, man. Okay. Is there another bus station that is smaller? Those ones are a high capacity 2-stop station, dude. I like those. There's one that is technically smaller, but not in the way that you think. See what I mean? That one's smaller, but it's also wider. These, the bus platform, yeah, those are good, man. I'm trying to make it so you're centrally located to the 2 bus stops, you're centrally located to the 2 supermarkets, and then I was thinking schools right here. In fact, like, maybe we should just get rid of that road. Maybe I should get rid of this segment right here. There we go. That's good. Kindergartens are towed up. What about schools? Can we... Yep. Is that the smallest school that we have? There is one that is slightly longer, but no, that's not what I want. This school, how many can that hold? 156. It's accessible for all 8. Oh, I wish I could put it sideways. It's accessible for all 8 on dirt footpaths, which is quite good. Right? All 8 flats can get to that one. All 8 can get to that one. All 8 can get to the kindergarten. Perfect. Walkable for the kids. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. Cool. Now, outdoor sports. We're going to need an indoor sporting hall. Because, right? And I'm thinking like maybe put it over here somewhere. But in the meantime, we could do outdoor. They could do outdoor sports here. Maybe the Yakograd Republic loves basketball. Keep in mind the courts won't be open in the wintertime, which is why you need indoor sports or else people go bananas. Can you fit that longer school in between the kindergartens? There's a house with more space near the center road. I'm good with this, dude. I'm good with how it is. This is fine. This is great, actually, because I can build this sector first. You build this section for clothes, right? And then build this section for food. Fine ways. Happy St. Patrick's Day. All right, I got the Guinness for you, mate. Fantastic. Drinking on the job? Well, people say my job isn't a real job anyway, so it's fine. So the way I'm designing this, guys, is that I thought of a good idea. I'm designing it around walkability with dirt paths. Because if they're in range with dirt paths, we go to pave all this, they'll absolutely be in range for paved paths. If you design around dirt paths, you actually can come up with a pretty damn good design. That might be going slightly against my rule of, like, too much. It might be going slightly against my rule of too packed in too tight, but you know, we'll find out. That's what you said. That one has to kind of go around the garbage dump. Have a Guinness for me. Can't partake. About to head to work. Stupid responsibilities. Yeah, I know. Damn them. Damn those responsibilities, man. Can every single one of them get at it? Yep. Good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jojo, what's up, man? Hey, I'm making time for the P.O. box this week, dude. You have my word. Things have settled down a little bit, so I'm good. Yeah, that in the post office is like, you gonna do something with that? I'm like, yes, I swear.
Tranquility
Oh,
Base
no.
here. The Eagle has landed.
Why did the crab cross the road? He didn't. He used the sidewalk.
Sidewalks don't cross roads. Crosswalks do. But crabs do sidewalk. Yeah. Still doesn't make sense. You didn't cross the road. Weren't you listening? Bro, I'm making sidewalks. Look. He said, look what you did. Okay. Actually, Violent, now that I'm thinking about it, dude, we got schools figured out. I almost got food figured out. We got bus stops figured out. Mission accomplished. It's chaos. I got to do the textile. We got to do the clothing area. And then... yeah, I guess finish out the rest of the construction mats and then we're good. Oh, we got to do utilities. Yeah, utilities. Yep. Well, never mind. Never mind. Movie theater could fit right there. Probably better to put it over there. You need to do different culture building due to the lack of church and indoor sport. Hey. All right, get rid of that for a second. Get rid of that for a second. Ah! Nope. I'd rather not have that there. The footpaths need to be going in a different direction. The stairs need to go this way. Yeah, there we go. Dinner time! Oh. Okay. Give me a second. The dinner can wait. We have stairs to build. That staircase is crooked. Look what you did, J-Speed. You made me build one sideways, you dingleberry. You dillhole. Well, let me make one that doesn't have... Thanks, I hate it. The Homelander.jpg. All right, Supermercado. Real quick. The supermarkets. I was wondering if like a grand bodega, the grand bodega would work. There's no way they can't get at it on foot. Either that. You know what? Better idea. Do we have space here on the other side? Yes, we do. The only thing that's going to get a little funky with this is meat locker storage, but what's the internal meat storage? Where's the F1 track? Places. I decided I don't want the entrance to the supermarket, the vehicle entrance to the supermarket that close to a roundabout. That's not a good idea. Sorry. Forgive me for not having the foresight there. This would be the right way to do this. Now let me connect this on footpaths. We'll see if it can get there. Now that one doesn't have an internal meat storage, but can we get at all of them? We can't get to the last 4. That big bodega does 7,500 to 12,000 people. Yeah. I know. I'm designing it for dirt paths. Like, I'm pretty sure if we paved everything, this would be fine. Not even paved with streetlights, just paving it. That should be okay. Hey, RB. That's pretty good. What's the, let's just measure. On paved paths, they can walk probably, what was it, guys? Like 500 meters. Yeah. We're not even, all right, we're not even close to that. Cool. All right, cool. We still have to do indoor sports complex. We have to do some culture, etc., etc. But yeah, city design is coming along quite good. And then, once again, I can expand the design this way. We can expand it over here on purpose. I can expand it that way if I want to. We can add more. 2 more sets of flats over there. Actually, if I add the 2 more sets over here, that should do us. Should do it. That should be fine, actually, now that I'm looking at this. It's 1,800 feet, drummer, which is... yeah. The point is, I'm pretty sure that people can get at that supermarket if this road is paved. I'm pretty sure they can. Like, even if it's gravel, I'm pretty sure. Because the walking distance, see, walking speed 87, walking speed 50. Even on a gravel path, they'll be able to get there. And we still have plenty of space for... oh! If we need that. Or not when we need it. We should probably... I was going to say, probably put some of that stuff in here. That thing sucks. I like this one. This is good. These people are not. These people are gonna have a view of nothing because the is gonna be there. And we can put Captain AIDS right here, or we could put nice fountain. Game is honestly intense. This game's amazing, dude. You have to put these down to keep government loyalty. You have to put down... It's actually a cool game mechanic that they put in. You got to put those crappy statues and crappy monuments to crappy ideologies down everywhere. Or else people get... they will not be loyal to you. Like, I'm going to put this right next to supermarket. Every time you go to supermarket, you are reminded of... Nice. What save is this? This is Yakograd. Alright, guys. It's dinner time. I have all the crappy... monuments. We probably do with putting a couple more crappy monuments here. We have to do more along the leisure side of things, and that's what we'll do over here. We also need all of our municipal buildings. We need police, fire, medical. This is going to need a big one. So I'm thinking medical would probably be good in the center here. Medical and culture here, and then police over here and fire over there. That'll probably do us right. Yeah, right, Rob. That'd be good. All right. We made excellent progress today. We got a lot done. Got that gravel depot done. Redid a lot of roads. We got the food depot figured out. Still got to do heating for all these people, but before you go, can we have a shout out for this game? It's 50% off on Steam right now. Sorry for the advertisement. Yeah, that's fine. All right, guys. You know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD. I'm going to go grab myself some corned beef because it's St. Patrick's Day. And then, yeah, a bunch of space stuff happened over the weekend. And we'll go from there. Yeah, good times. Just popping by to say hi. Great job hosting Flame Trents on Saturday. Thanks, Pat. All right, cool. So you guys know the drill. Probably be a 20-minute pause on the YouTube side of things, jogging the VOD. And then, yeah, Twitch, just stay here and enjoy the tunage. I will be back for the Space and Rocket review. We'll start at 1:30. I'll see you guys then. Still plenty of stream left. Let's see. Let me look at the schedule. So we have Crew 9 undocking tonight. I would like to cover that because I couldn't get Crew 10 docking, which is annoying. Some real life events, unfortunately. But yeah, should be going. All right, I'll see you guys in a second. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. Twitch, just stay here and enjoy the tunes. Thank you. Be back in a second.